Chapter 18 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Jean-Paul Richter. Vasari, who wrote the lives of the Italian painters, truly said, "It is not by sleeping, but by working, waking, and laboring continually that proficiency is attained and reputation acquired." This was emphatically true of Richter, as it is of every man or woman who wins a place in the memory of men. The majority die after a commonplace life and are never heard of. They were probably satisfied to drift along the current with no especial purpose save to eat, drink, and be merry. Not so with the German boy. Born in the cold pine mountains of Bavaria, his home was a low thatched building made of beams of wood filled in with mortar, one part for the family and the other for corn and goats. This is still the custom in Switzerland, the poor caring as tenderly for their dumb beasts as for their children. Jean-Paul was born on the 21st of March, 1763. "My life and the life of the spring began the same month," he used to say in after years, and the thought of robin redbreasts and spring flowers made the poor lad happy amid the deepest trials. His father was an under-pastor and organist in the little village of Wunsiedel, and lived on a pitiful salary, but generous to a fault. He stripped off his own garments to clothe the poor, and sent the schoolmaster a meal every day, because, if possible, he was poorer than the preacher. In school, Jean-Paul was a studious boy, almost envying everyone who said his lessons well, and fond of his teachers and mates. But one of the boys having cut Paul's hand, the father at once took him home and became his instructor. A painstaking and conscientious man, he showed little aptness for his work when he gave his boy, at 9 years of age, a Latin dictionary to commit to memory. For 4 solid hours in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, Paul and his brother learned grammatical lessons and Latin verses of which they did not understand a word. Still the boys grew more and more fond of books and of nature, made clocks with pendulums and wheels, a sundial drawing his figure on a wooden plate with ink, inventing a new language from the calendar signs of the almanac, and composed music on an old harpsichord whose only tuning hammer and tuning master were the winds and the weather. When Paul was 13, the family moved to Schwarzenbach, where he made the acquaintance of a young pastor, Vogel, who owned quite a valuable library, and encouraged him to educate himself. Given free access to the books, he began to read eagerly. Thinking that he should never own volumes for himself, he made blank books of 300 pages each from his father's sermon paper, and began the almost interminable labor of copying whatever he thought he should need in law, medicine, philosophy, theology, natural history, and poetry. For nearly 4 years he worked thus, until he had quite a library of his own, and a wealth of information in his brain, which proved invaluable in the writing of after years. Such a boy could not fail of success. Paul's father, meantime, had become despondent over his debts, small though they were, and died when his son was 16. The grandfather, on the mother's side, dying soon after, Frau Richter became entitled by will to his property. The remaining brothers and sisters at once went to law about the matter, preferring to spend the estate in the courts rather than have a favorite child enjoy it. 2 years later, at 18, Paul started for college at Leipzig, hoping that in this cultured city he might teach while pursuing his own studies. Alas, scores had come with the same hope, and there was no work to be obtained. He found himself alone in a great city, poorly dressed, timid, sensitive, and without a hand to help. Many boys had brought letters of introduction to the professors, and thus, of course, received attention. He wrote to his mother: "The most renowned, whose esteem would be useful to me, are oppressed with business, surrounded by a multitude of respectable people, and by a swarm of envious flatterers. If one would speak to a professor without a special invitation, he incurs the suspicion of vanity. But do not give up your hopes. I will overcome all these difficulties. I shall receive some little help, and at length I shall not need it." All honor to the brave boy who could write so encouragingly in the midst of want and loneliness. He longed to make the acquaintance of some learned people, but there was no opportunity. Finally, getting deeper and deeper into debt, he wrote to his mother: "As I no longer have any funds, I must continue to be trusted. But what can I at last expect? I must eat, and I cannot continue to be trusted. I cannot freeze, but where shall I get wood without money? I can no longer take care of my health, for I have warm food neither morning nor evening. It is now a long time since I asked you for $26. When they come, I shall scarcely be able to pay what I already owe. Perhaps the project I have in my head will enable me to earn for you and myself." Poor lad! How many hearts have ached from poverty, just as did his! The mother was also in debt, but in some way she managed to obtain the money, for what will a mother not do for her child? Paul worked on, but was soon in debt again. He could tell nobody but his devoted mother. "I will not ask you for money to pay my victualler," he wrote, "to whom I owe $24, nor my landlady, to whom I am indebted $10, or even for other debts that amount to $6. For these great sums I will ask no help, but for the following you must not deny me your assistance. I must every week pay the washerwoman who does not trust. I must drink some milk every morning. I must have my boots soled by the cobbler who does not trust. My torn cap must be repaired by the tailor who does not trust. And I must give something to the maid servant who, of course, does not trust. $8 of Saxon money will satisfy all, and then I shall need your help no longer." He was keeping up courage, because he was writing a book. He told his mother, with his high dreams of young authorship, that he should bring home all his old shirts and stockings at vacation, for he should buy new ones then. It is well that all the mountains seem easy to climb in youth. When we are older, we come to know their actual height. The mother discouraged authorship, and hoped her boy would become a preacher, but his project was too dear to be given up. When his book of satirical essays, called Eulogy of Stupidity, was finished, it was sent with beating heart to a publisher. In vain Paul awaited its return. He hoped it would be ready at Michaelmas Fair, but the publisher so long and so kindly patronized the book by letting it lie on his desk that the fair was half over before the manuscript was returned. The boyish heart must have ached when the parcel came. He had not learned what most authors are familiar with, the heart-sickness from first rejected manuscripts. He had not learned, too, that fame is a hard ladder to climb, and that a friend at court is often worth as much or more than merit. Publishers are human, and cannot always see merit till fame is won. For a whole year Paul tried in vain to find a publisher. Then he said to the manuscript, "Lie there in the corner together with school exercises, for thou art no better. I will forget, for the world would certainly have forgotten thee." Faint from lack of food, he says, I undertook again a wearisome work, and created in 6 months a brand new satire. This book was called The Greenland Lawsuits, a queer title for a collection of essays on theology, family pride, women, fops, and the like. Paul had now gained courage by failure. Instead of writing a letter, he went personally to every publisher in Leipzig and offered his manuscript, and every publisher refused it. Finally he sent it to Voss of Berlin. On the last day of December, as he sat in his room hungry and shivering because there was no fire in the stove, there was a knock at the door, and a letter from Voss was handed in. He opened it hastily and found an offer of $70 for the Greenland lawsuits. Through his whole life he looked back to this as one of its supreme moments. It was not a great sum, only $3 a week for the 6 months, but it was the first fruit of his brain given to the public. He was now 19. What little property the mother had possessed had wasted away in the lawsuits. One brother, in his despair, had drowned himself, and another had entered the army, but Paul still had hope in the future. After a short vacation with his mother, he went back to Leipzig. The second volume of the Greenland lawsuits was now published, and for this he received $126, nearly twice that given for the first volume. This did not take with the public, and the third volume was refused by every publisher. His money was gone. What could he do? He would try, as some other authors had done, the plan of writing letters to distinguished people, telling them his needs. He did so, but received no answers. Then, spurred on by necessity, he took the manuscript in his hand and presented it himself at the doors of the learned, but he was either not listened to or repulsed on every occasion. How one pities this lad of 19! How many wealthy men might have aided him, but they did not. He wrote a few essays for various periodicals, but these brought little money and were seldom wanted. His high hopes for a literary career began to vanish. It was evident that he must give up college life, for he could not get enough to eat. He had long discontinued his evening meal, making his supper of a few dried prunes. His boarding mistress was asking daily for her dues. He could bear the privation and the disgrace no longer, and packing his satchel and borrowing a coat from a college boy that he might not freeze, he stole away from Leipzig in the darkness of the twilight and went home to his disconsolate mother. Is it any wonder that the poor are disconsolate? Is it any wonder that they regard the wealthy as usually cold and indifferent to their welfare? Alas, that so many of us have no wish to be our brother's keeper. Perhaps some of the professors and students wondered where the bright lad had gone, but the world forgets easily. Frau Richter received her college boy with a warm heart but an empty purse. She was living with her 2 children in one room, supporting them as best she could by spinning, working far into the night. In this room, where cooking, washing, cleaning, and spinning were all carried on, Paul placed his little desk and began to write. Was the confusion trying to his thoughts? Necessity knows no law, he says. I was like a prisoner, without the prisoner's fare of bread and water, for I had only the latter, and if a gulden found its way into the house, the jubilee was such that the windows were nearly broken with joy. But with the strength of a noble and heroic nature, he adds, what is poverty, that a man should whine under it? It is but like the pain of piercing the ears of a maiden, and you hang precious jewels in the wound. The family were so needy, however, that they must look somewhere for aid, and hesitatingly Paul applied to Vogel, the young pastor, who loaned them 25 gulden. Very soon the boarding mistress from Leipzig appeared, having walked the whole way to Hof, and demanded her pay. In his distress, Paul sent her to another friend, Otto, who became surety for the debt. Richter now began to work harder than ever. His book of extracts were invaluable, as were his handbooks of comical matters, touching incidents, synonyms, etc. He made it a rule to write half a day, and take long walks in the afternoon in the open air, thinking out the plans for his books. Poor as he was always cheerful, sustaining by his letters any who were downhearted. One of his best friends, Hermann, who had become a physician through much struggle, died about this time, broken on the wheel of poverty. Despite his own starving condition, Paul sent him $5. Having an opportunity to teach French to the brother of a Leipzig friend, he accepted, but at the end of 3 years, through the disappointing character of the pupil and the miserliness of the father, Paul returned to his mother, broken in health and dispirited. His heart ached for those who, like himself, were suffering, and now he made a resolution that changed for life the course of his writing. He would write satire no more. He said, "I will not pour into the cup of humanity a single drop of gall. Henceforward, love and hope and tenderness breathe upon his every page." He now wrote 10 essays on "What is Death?" asking the noble-hearted Herder to send them to Wieland for his magazine, lest they be overlooked in his mass of papers if Richter unaided should venture to ask the favor. They were overlooked for months, but finally Herder procured the insertion of one essay in a different magazine. But Richter never received any pay for it. 3 years had passed, and all this time the third volume of the Greenland lawsuits had been journeying from one publishing house to another. At last it was accepted, but little money came from it. Again he taught, this time at Schwarzenbach, where he used to go to school. Here his tenderness, his tact, and good cheer won the hearts of the pupils. There was no memorizing of Latin dictionaries, but the exact work of all was kept in a red book for parents to see. He instructed them orally 5 hours a day, till they were eager for astronomy, history, and biography. For 4 years he taught, his schoolroom being his paradise, every Sunday walking to Hof to see his mother. Well might he say, to the man who has had a mother, all women are sacred for her sake. Paul now determined to write a novel, and though he had little knowledge of any sphere of life save that in which poverty held sway, he would put his own heart into the work. The Invisible Lodge was written and sent to the councillor of the town, asking, if the work pleased him, that he would assist in its publication. At first Councillor Moritz was annoyed at the request, but as he read he became deeply interested, and said, "This is surely from Goethe, Herder, or Wieland." The book was soon published, and $226 paid for it. The moment Richter received the first installment of $70, he hastened to Hof, and there, late at night, found his mother spinning by the light of the fire, and poured the whole of the gold into her lap. The surprise, joy, and thanksgiving of the poor woman can well be imagined. Her son immediately moved her into a small but more comfortable home. The new novel began to be talked about and widely read. Fame was really coming. He began at once to work on Hesperus, one of his most famous productions, though when published he received only $200 for the 4 volumes. Letters now came from scholars and famous people. One admirer sent 50 Prussian dollars. What joy must have swelled the heart of the poor school teacher! Flower, fruit, and thorn pieces followed shortly after, and Richter was indeed famous. Learned ladies of Weimar wrote most enthusiastic thanks. With his reverence for women and delight in her intellectual equality with man, these letters were most inspiring. Request after request came for him to visit Weimar. Dare he go and meet such people as Goethe and Schiller and Herder and Wieland, whom for 12 long years he had hoped sometime to look upon? At last he started, and upon reaching Weimar was made the lion of the day. His warm heart, generous and unaffected nature, and brilliant and well-stored mind made him admired by all. Herder said, "Heaven has sent me a treasure in Richter that I neither deserved nor expected. He is all heart, all soul, an harmonious tone in the great golden harp of humanity." Caroline Herder, his wife, a very gifted woman, was equally his friend and helper. Noble and intellectual women gathered about him to do him honor. Some fell in love with him, but he studied them closely as models for future characters in his books, giving only an ardent friendship in return. He was even invited to court, and gathered here the scenes for his greatest work, Titan. How grand all this seemed to the poor man who had been hungering all his life for refined and intellectual companionship. So rejoiced was he that he wrote home, "I have lived 20 years in Weimar in a few days. I am happy, wholly happy, not merely beyond all expectation, but beyond all description. He was now 34. The poor patient mother had just died, but not till she had heard the fame of her son spoken on every hand. After her death, Paul found a faded manuscript in which she had kept the record of those small gains in spinning into the midnight hours. He carried it next to his heart, saying, "If all other manuscripts are destroyed, yet will I keep this, good mother." For weeks he was not able to write a letter or mention the loss of his parent. His youngest brother, Samuel, a talented boy, was now ready for college, so Jean Paul determined to make Leipzig his home while his brother pursued his course. What changes the last few years had wrought! Then he was stealing away from Leipzig, in debt for his board, cold, hungry, and desolate. Now he was coming, the brilliant author whom everybody delighted to honor. When we are in want, few are ready to help. When above want, the world stands ready to lavish all upon us. After spending some time in Leipzig, he visited Dresden to enjoy the culture of that artistic city. During this visit, Samuel, who had become dissipated, broke into his brother's desk, stole all his hard-earned money, and left the city. He led a wandering life thereafter, dying in a hospital in Silesia. Paul never saw him again, but sent him a yearly allowance as soon as he learned his abiding place. What a noble character! He now returned to Weimar, dedicating his Titan to the 4 daughters of the Duke of Mecklenburg, one of whom became the mother of Emperor William, the famous and beautiful Louise of Prussia. He visited her later in Berlin, where he writes, "I have never been received in any city with such idolatry. I have a watch chain of the hair of 3 sisters, and so much hair has been begged of me that if I were to make it a traffic, I could live as well from the outside of my head as from what is inside of it." In this city he met the woman who was to be hereafter the very center of his life. He had had a passing fancy for several, but never for one that seemed fitted, all in all, to make his life complete. Caroline Meyer, the daughter of one of the most distinguished Prussian officers, was a refined, intellectual, noble girl, with almost unlimited resources within herself, devoted to her family and to every good. Paul had met women who dressed more elegantly, who were more sparkling in conversation, who were more beautiful, but they did not satisfy his heart. In his 38th year he had found a character that seemed perfection. He wrote, "Caroline has exactly that inexpressible love for all beings that I have till now failed to find even in those who in everything else possess the splendor and purity of the diamond. She preserves in the full harmony of her love to me the middle and lower tones of sympathy for every joy and sorrow in others." Her love for Richter was nearly adoration. Several months after their marriage she wrote her father, "Richter is the purest, the holiest, the most godlike man that lives. Could others be admitted as I am to his inmost emotions, how much more would they esteem him." Richter also wrote to his best friend Otto, "Marriage has made me love her more romantically, deeper, infinitely more than before." At the birth of their first child he wrote again to Otto, "You will be as transported as I was when the nurse brought me as out of a cloud my second love, with the blue eyes wide open, a beautiful high brow, kiss-lipped, heart-touching. God is near at the birth of every child." On Caroline's first birthday after their marriage he wrote, "I will be to thee father and mother. Thou shalt be the happiest of human beings, that I also may be happy." Titan, now 10 years in progress, was published, and made a great sensation. The literary world was indignant at the fate of Linda, his heroine, but all pronounced it a great book, his masterpiece. Soon after, he removed to Bayreuth and settled down to earnest work. Almost every day he might be seen walking out into the country, where he rented a room in a peasant's house for quiet and country air. Whenever the day was pleasant, he worked out of doors. A son had now been born to him, and life seemed complete. Now he played with his home treasures, and now talked at table about some matter of art or science, that all might be instructed. He was especially fond of animals, having usually a mouse, a tame spider, a tree frog, and dogs. So good was he to his canary birds that he never left the house without opening the door of their cage, that they might fly about and not be lonely. Often when he wrote, they walked over his manuscript, scattering water from the vase and mingling it with his ink. His son Max, a boy of 16, had entered school at Munich. He was a beautiful youth, conscientious, sensitive, devoted to study, and the idol of the household. At first he wept whole nights from homesickness, denying himself sufficient fire, food, and clothing, from a desire to save expense to his parents. He was a fine scholar, but distrusted his intellectual gifts. At the end of a year he came home pale and worn, and died at the age of 19. To Richter this was a death blow. He went on writing, while the tears dropped upon his page. He could never bear the sight of a book his boy had touched, and the word philology, his son's favorite study, cut him to the heart. At the end of 3 months he wrote to a friend, "My being has suffered not merely a wound, but a complete cutting off of all joy. My longing after him grows always more painful." Broken in health, he visited Dresden, but the end was near. The sight of the left eye at first failed him, and then the right, till he was left in complete darkness. He still hoped to finish his autobiography and the immortality of the soul, begun on the very day Max was buried, but this was denied him. Once only did his sorrows overpower him, when pitifully he looked toward the window. He cried out as Ajax in the Iliad, "Light, light only, then may the enemy come." The devoted wife and 2 daughters grew unspeakably dear to him. When tired with thinking, he would seat himself at the piano and play till he, as well as those who heard him, would burst into tears. On the 14th of November, 1825, he sat in his chamber, his youngest child climbing on the back of his chair and laying her face against her father's. It was only noon, but thinking it was night, Richter said, "It is time to go to rest." He was wheeled into his sleeping apartment, and some flowers were laid on the bed beside him. "My beautiful flowers, my lovely flowers," he said, as he folded his arms and soon fell asleep. His wife sat beside him, her eyes fixed on the face of the man she loved. About 6 the doctor arrived. The breath came shorter, the face took on a heavenly expression, and grew cold as marble. The end had come. He was buried by torchlight, the unfinished manuscript of the immortality of the soul being borne upon his coffin, while the students sung Klopstock's hymn, "Thou shalt arise, my soul." His more than 100 volumes and his noble, generous life are his monuments. He said, "I shall die without having seen Switzerland or the ocean, but the ocean of eternity I shall not fail to see." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Leon Gambetta. On January 6, 1883, Paris presented a sad and imposing spectacle. Her shops were closed, Her public buildings and her homes were draped in black. Her streets were solid with hundreds of thousands, all dispirited and many in tears. A large catafalque covered with black velvet upheld a coffin shrouded with the tricolor. From a vase at each corner rose burning perfume, whose vapor was like sweet incense. 6 black horses drew the funeral car, and 200,000 persons followed in the procession, many bearing aloft wreaths of flowers, and shouting, "Vive la République! Vive la Gambetta!" The maker of the Republic, the brilliant, eloquent leader of the French people, was dead in the prime of his life at 45. The Figaro but voiced the feeling of the world when it said, "The Republic has lost its greatest man." America might well mourn him as a friend, for he made her his pattern for his beloved France. The Pall Mall Gazette said, "He will live in French history among the most courageous," and even Germany courted him as the bravest of the brave, while she breathed freer, saying, in the Berlin press, "The death of Gambetta delivers the peace of Europe from great danger." The hand that would sometime doubtless have reached out to take back sobbing Alsace and Lorraine was palsied. The voice that swayed the multitude, now with its sweet persuasiveness, and now with its thunder like the rush of a swollen torrent, was hushed. The supreme will that held France like a willing child in its power, had yielded to the inevitable, death. Leon Gambetta was born at Cahors, April 2nd, 1838. His father was an Italian from Genoa, poor, and of good character. His mother, a Frenchwoman, singularly hopeful, energetic, and noble. They owned a little bazaar and grocery, and here Onasie, the wife, day after day helped her husband to enjoy a comfortable living. When their only son was 7 years old, he was sent to a Jesuits' preparatory school at Montfaucon, his parents hoping that he would become a priest. His mother had great pride in him and faith in his future. She taught him how to read from the National, a newspaper founded by Thiers, Republican in its tendencies. She saw with delight that when very young he would learn the speeches of Thiers and Guizot, which he found in its columns, and declaim them as he roamed alone the narrow streets, and by the quaint old bridges and towers of Cahors. At Montfaucon he gave his orations before the other children, the mother sending him the much prized National whenever he obtained good marks, and the Jesuits, whether pleased or not, did not interfere with their boyish Republican. At 8 years of age an unfortunate accident happened which bade fair to ruin his hopes. While watching a cutter drill the hand of a knife, the foil broke, and a piece entered the right eye, spoiling the sight. 20 years afterward, when the left, through sympathy, seemed to be nearly destroyed, a glass eye was inserted, and the remaining one was saved. When Leon was 10 years old, the Revolution of 1848 deposed Louis Philippe, the Orleanist, and Louis Napoleon was made President of the Republic. Perhaps the people ought to have known that no presidency would long satisfy the ambition of a Bonaparte. He at once began to increase his power by winning the Catholic Church to his side. The Jesuits no longer allowed the boy Leon to talk republicanism. They saw that it was doomed. They scolded him, whipped him, took away the National, and finally expelled him, writing to his parents, "You will never make a priest of him. He has an utterly undisciplinable character." The father frowned when he returned home, and the neighbors prophesied that he would end his life in the Bastille for holding such radical opinions. The poor mother blamed herself for putting the National into his hands, and thus bringing all this trouble upon him. Ah, she wrought better than she knew. But for the National, and Gambetta's unconquerable love of a republic, France might to-day be the plaything of an emperor. Meantime, Louis Napoleon was putting his friends into office, making tours about the country to win adherents, and securing the army and the police to his side. At 7 o'clock, on the morning of December 2nd, 1851, the famous coup d'état came, and the unscrupulous president had made himself emperor. Nearly 250 deputies were arrested and imprisoned, and the Republicans who opposed the usurpation were quickly subdued by the army. Then the French were graciously permitted to say, by ballot, whether they were willing to accept the empire. There was, of course, but one judicious way to vote, and that was in the affirmative, and they thus voted. Joseph Gambetta, the father, saw the political storm which was coming, and fearing for his outspoken son, locked him up in a lyceum at Cahors till he was 17. Here he attracted the notice of his teachers by his fondness for reading, his great memory, and his love of history and politics. At 16 he had read the Latin authors, and the economical works of Proudhon. When he came home, his father told him that he must now become a grocer, and succeed to the business. He obeyed, but his studious mind had no interest in the work. He recoiled from spending his powers in persuading the mayor's wife that a yard of Genoa velvet at 20 francs was cheaper than the same measure of the Lyons article at 13. So tired and sick of the business did he become, that he begged his father to be allowed to keep the accounts, which he did in a neat, delicate hand. His watchful mother saw that her boy's health was failing. He was restless and miserable. He longed to go to Paris to study law, and then teach in some provincial town. He planned ways of escape from the hated tasks, but he had no money, and no friends in the great city. But his mother planned to some purpose. She said to Monsieur Meunier, the chocolate maker, "I have a son of great promise, whom I want to send to Paris against his father's will to study law. He is a good lad, and no fool; but my husband, who wants him to continue his business here, will, I know, try to starve him into submission. What I am about to propose is that if I buy your chocolate at the rate you offer it, and buy it outright instead of taking it to sell on commission, will you say nothing if I enter it on the book at a higher price, and you pay the difference to my son?" Meunier, interested to have the boy prosper, quickly agreed. After a time she called her son aside, and, placing a bag of money in his hand, said, "This, my boy, is to pay your way for a year. A trunk full of clothes is ready for you. Try and come home somebody. Start soon, and take care to let nobody suspect you are going away. Do not say good bye to a single soul. I want to avoid a scene between you and your father." Ambition welled up again in his heart, and the bright expression came back into his face. The next morning he slipped away, and was soon at Paris. He drove to the Sorbonne, because he had heard the lectures were given there. The cab driver recommended a cheap hotel close by, and, obtaining a room in the garret, the youth, not yet 18, began his studies. He rose early, and worked hard, attending lectures at the medical school as well as at the law, buying his books at second-hand shops along the streets. Though poverty often pinched him as to food, and his clothes were poor, he did not mind it, but bent all his energies to his work. His mother wrote how angered the father was at his leaving, and would not allow his name to be mentioned in his presence. Poor Joseph! How limited was his horizon! Leon's intelligence and originality won the esteem of the professors, and one of them said, "Your father acts stupidly. You have a true vocation. Follow it. But go to the bar, where your voice, which is 1 in 1,000, will carry you on, study and intelligence aiding. The lecture room is a narrow theatre. If you like, I will write to your father to tell him what my opinion of you is." Professor Villette wrote to Joseph Gambetta, "The best investment you ever made would be to spend what money you can afford to divert from your business in helping your son to become an advocate." This letter caused a sensation in the Gambetta family. The mother took courage, and urged the case of her darling child, while her sister, Jenny Massabie, talked ardently for her bright nephew. An allowance was finally made. In 2 years Leon had mastered the civil, criminal, military, forest, and maritime codes. Too young to be admitted to the bar to plead, for nearly a year he studied Paris, its treasures of art, and its varied life. It opened a new and grand world to him. Accidentally he made the acquaintance of the head usher at the Corps Legislatif, who said to the young student, "You are an excellent fellow, and I should like to oblige you. So if the debates of the Corps Legislatif interest you, come there and ask for me, and I will find you a corner in the galleries where you can hear and see everything." Here Leon studied parliamentary usage, and saw the repression of thought under an empire. At the Café Procope, once the resort of Voltaire, Diderot, Rousseau, and other literary celebrities, the young man talked over the speeches he had heard with his acquaintances, and told what he would do if he were in the House. An improbable thing it seemed that a poor and unknown lad would ever sit in the Corps Legislatif as one of its members. He organized a club for reading and debating, and was, of course, made its head. It could not be other than Republican in sentiment. In 1860, at the age of 22, Gambetta was admitted to the bar. His father was greatly opposed to his living in Paris, where he thought there was no chance for a lawyer who had neither money nor influential friends, and urged his returning to Cahors. Again his Aunt Jenny, whom he always affectionately called Tata, took his part. Having an income of $500 a year, she said to the father, "You do not see how you can help your son in Paris, it may be for long years. But next week I will go with him, and we shall stay together." And then, turning to her nephew, she added, "And now, my boy, I will give you food and shelter, and you will do the rest by your work." They took a small house in the Latin Quartier, very plain and comfortless. His first brief came after waiting 18 months. Grepps, a deputy, being accused of conspiracy against the government, Gambetta defended him so well that Crémeau, the prominent lawyer, asked him to become his secretary. The case was not reported in the papers, and was therefore known only by a limited circle. For 6 years the brilliant young scholar was virtually chained to his desk. The only recreation was an occasional gathering of a few newspaper men at his rooms, for whom his aunt cooked the supper, willing and glad to do the work, because she believed he would some day come to renown from his genius. Finally his hour came. At the coup d'état, Dr. Bolton, a deputy, for defending the rights of the National Assembly, was shot on a barricade. On All Souls' Day, 1868, the Republicans, to the number of 1,000, gathered at the grave in the cemetery of Montmartre, to lay flowers upon it and listen to addresses. The Emperor could not but see that such demonstrations would do harm to his throne. Delchaussee, the leader, was therefore arrested, and chose the unknown lawyer, Gambetta, to defend him. He was a strong radical, and he asked only one favor of his lawyer, that he would "hit hard the man of December," as those who hated the coup d'état of December 2nd loved to call Louis Napoleon. Gambetta was equal to the occasion. He likened the Emperor to Catiline, declaring that as a highwayman he had taken France and felled her senseless. "For 17 years," he said, "you have been masters of France, and you have never dared to celebrate the 2nd of December. It is we who take up the anniversary, which you no more dare to face than a fear-haunted murderer can his victim's corpse." When finally, overcome with emotion, Gambetta sank into his seat at the close of his speech, the die was cast. He had become famous from one end of France to the other, and the empire had received a blow from which it never recovered. That night at the clubs and in the press offices the name of Leon Gambetta was on every lip. It is not strange that in the elections of the following year he was asked to represent Belleville and Marseilles, and chose the latter, saying to his constituents that he was in irreconcilable opposition to the empire. He at once became the leader of a new party, the Irreconcilables, and Napoleon's downfall became from that hour only a question of time. Gambetta spoke everywhere, and was soon conceded to be the finest orator in France. Worn in body, by the confinement of his secretaryship, and the political campaign, he repaired to Ems for a short time, where he met Bismarck. "He will go far," said the man of iron. "I pity the Emperor for having such an irreconcilable enemy." The "National," under Madame Gambetta's teaching in childhood, was bearing fruit. Napoleon saw that something must be done to make his throne more stable in the hearts of his people. He attempted a more liberal policy, with Émile Ollivier at the head of affairs. But Gambetta was still irreconcilable, saying in one of his great speeches, "We accept you and your constitutionalism as a bridge to the Republic, but nothing more." At last war was declared against Prussia, as much with the hope of promoting peace at home as to win honors in Germany. Everybody knows the rapid and crushing defeat of the French, and the fall of Napoleon at Sedan, September 2nd, when he wrote to King William of Prussia, "Not having been able to die at the head of my troops, I can only resign my sword into the hands of your Majesty." When the news reached Paris on the following day, the people were frantic. Had the Emperor returned, a defeated man, he could never have reached Tuileries alive. Crowds gathered in the streets, and forced their way into the hall of the Corps Legislatif. The eloquent leader of the Republican ranks scarcely heard of 2 years before, ascended the tribune, and declared that "Louis Napoleon Bonaparte and his dynasty have forever ceased to reign over France." With Jules Favre, Ferry, Simon, and others, he hastened to the Hôtel de Ville, writing on slips of paper and throwing out to the multitude the names of those who were to be the heads of the provisional government. Cool, fearless, heroic, Gambetta stood at the summit of power, and controlled the people. They believed in him because he believed in the Republic. Meantime the German armies were marching on Paris. The people fortified their city, and prepared to die if need be, in their homes. Before Paris was cut off from the outside world by the siege, part of the governing force retired to Tours. It became necessary for Gambetta, in October, to visit this city for conference, and to accomplish this he started in a balloon, which was just grazed by the Prussian guns as he passed over the lines. It was a hazardous step, but the balloon landed in the forest near Amiens, and he was safe. When he arrived in Tours there was not a soldier in the place. In a month, by superhuman energy and the most consummate skill and wisdom, he had raised 3 armies of 800,000 men, provided a loan for their maintenance, and directed their military operations. One of the prominent officers on the German side says, "This colossal energy is the most remarkable event of modern history, and will carry down Gambetta's name to remote posterity." He was now in reality the dictator of France, at 32 years of age. He gave the fullest liberty to the press, had a pleasant "Bonjour, mon ami" for a workman, no matter how overwhelmed with cares he might be, and a self-possession, a quickness of decision, and an indomitable will that made him a master in every company and on every occasion. He electrified France by his speeches. He renewed her courage and revived her patriotism. Even after the bloody defeat of Bazaine at Gravelotte, and his strange surrender of 170,000 men at Metz, Gambetta did not despair of France being able, at least, to demand an honorable peace. But France had grown tired of battles. Paris had endured a siege of 4 months, and the people were nearly in a starving condition. The Communists, too, were demanding impossible things. Therefore, after 7 months of war, the articles of peace were agreed upon, by which France gave to Germany $1,400 millions, to be paid in 3 years, and ceded to her the provinces of Alsace and Lorraine. Gambetta could never bring himself to consent to these humiliating conditions, and on the day on which the terms were ratified, he and his colleagues from these 2 sections of the country left the Assembly together. Just as they were passing out, the venerable Jean Cus, mayor of Strasbourg, staggered up to Gambetta, saying, "Let me grasp your patriot's hand. It is the last time I shall shake it. My heart is broken. Promise to redeem brave Strasbourg." He fell to the floor and died almost immediately. Gambetta retired to Spain, till recalled by the elections of the following July. He now began again his heroic labors, speaking all through France, teaching the people the true principles of a republic, not communism, not lawlessness, but order, prudence, and self-government. He urged free, obligatory education, and the scattering of books, libraries, and institutes everywhere. When Thiers was made the first president, Gambetta was his most important and truest ally, though the former had called him a "furious fool." So ready was the great Republican to forgive harshness. In 1877 he again saved his beloved Republic. The monarchists had become restless, and finally displaced Thiers by Marshal MacMahon, a strong Romanist, and a man devoted to the Empire. It seemed evident that another coup d'état was meditated. Gambetta stirred the country to action. He declared that the President must "submit or resign," and for those words he was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment and a fine of $400, which sentence was never executed. MacMahon, seeing that the Republic was stronger than he had supposed, soon after resigned his position, and was succeeded by M. Grevy. Gambetta was made President of the Assembly, and doubtless, if he had lived, would have been made President of the Republic. There were not wanting those who claimed that he was ambitious for the supreme rule, but when death came from the accidental discharge of a pistol, producing a wound in the hand, all calumny was hushed, and France beheld her idol in his true light, the incarnation of republicanism. 2 hours before his death, at his plain home just out of Paris at Ville d'Avray, he said, "I am dying, there is no use denying it, but I have suffered so much that it will be a great deliverance." He longed to last till the new year, but died 5 minutes before midnight, December 31st, 1882. The following day, 15,000 persons called to see the great statesman as he lay upon his single iron bedstead. Afterward the body lay in state at the Palais Bourbon, the guards standing near to their knees in flowers. Over 2,000 wreaths were given by friends. Alsace sent a magnificent crown of roses. No grander nor sadder funeral was ever seen in France. Paris was urgent that he be buried in Père Lachaise, but his father would not consent. And so the body was carried to Nice to lie beside his mother, who died a year before him, and his devoted aunt, who died 5 years previously. Every day Joseph Gambetta lays flowers upon the graves of his dear ones. Circumstances helped to make the great orator, but he also made circumstances. True, his opportunity came at the trial, after the Bolton demonstration, but he was ready for the opportunity. He had studied the history of an empire under the Caesars, and he knew how republics were made and lost. When in the Corps Legislatif a leader was needed, he was ready, for he had carefully studied men. When at Tours he directed the military, he knew what he was doing, for he was conversant with the details of our Civil War. When others were sauntering for pleasure along the Champs Elysees, he had been poring over books in an attic opposite the Sorbonne. He died early, but he accomplished more than most men who live to be twice 45. When, in the years to come, imperialists shall strive again to wrest the government from the hands of the people, the name of Léon Gambetta will be an inspiration, a talisman of victory for the Republic. End of section 19.
Chapter 20 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 20. David Glasgow Farragut. The possibilities of American life are strikingly illustrated by the fact that the two names at the head of the Army and Navy, Grant and Farragut, represent self-made men. The latter was born on a farm near Knoxville, Tennessee, July 5, 1801. His mother, of Scottish descent, was a brave and energetic woman. Once, when the father was absent in the Indian wars, the savages came to their plain home and demanded admittance. She barred the door as best she could, and sending her trembling children into the loft, guarded the entrance with an axe. The Indians thought discretion the better part of valor, and stole quietly away. When David was 7 years old, the family having moved to New Orleans, as the father had been appointed sailing master in the Navy, the noble mother died of yellow fever, leaving 5 children, the youngest an infant. This was a most severe blow. Fortunately, soon after, an act of kindness brought its reward. The father of Commodore Porter having died at the Farragut house, the son determined to adopt one of the motherless children, if one was willing to leave his home. Little David was pleased with the uniform, but said promptly that he would go. Saying good-bye forever to his father, he was taken to Washington, and after a few months spent in school at the age of 9 years and a half, was made a midshipman. And now began a life full of hardship, of adventure, and of brave deeds, which have added luster to the American Navy, and have made the name of Farragut immortal. His first cruise was along the coast in the Essex, after the War of 1812 with Great Britain had begun. They had captured the Alert and other prizes, and their ship was crowded with prisoners. One night, when the boy lay apparently asleep, the coxswain of the Alert came to his hammock, pistol in hand. David lay motionless till he passed on, and then crept noiselessly to the cabin and informed Captain Porter. Springing from his cot, he shouted, "Fire! Fire!" The seamen rushed on deck, and the mutineers were in irons before they had recovered from their amazement. Evidently the boy had inherited some of his mother's fearlessness. His second cruise was in the Pacific Ocean, where they encountered a fearful storm going round Cape Horn. An incident occurred at this time which showed the mettle of the lad. Though only 12, he was ordered by Captain Porter to take a prize vessel to Valparaiso, and the captured captain being required to navigate it. When David requested that the maintopsail be filled away, the captain replied that he would shoot any man who dared to touch a rope without his orders, and then went below for his pistols. David called one of the crew, told him what had happened, and what he wanted done. "Aye, aye, sir," responded the faithful sailor, as he began to execute the orders. The young midshipman at once sent word to the captain not to come on deck with his pistols unless he wished to go overboard. From that moment the boy was master of the vessel and admired for his bravery. The following year, 1814, while the Essex was off the coast of Chile, she was attacked by the British ships Phoebe and Cherub. The battle lasted for 2 hours and a half, and the Phoebe throwing 718-pound shots at the Essex. "I shall never forget," Farragut said years after, "the horrid impression made upon me at the sight of the first man I had ever seen killed. It staggered and sickened me at first, but they soon began to fall so fast that it all appeared like a dream, and produced no effect upon my nerves. Soon after this some gun primers were wanted, and I was sent after them. In going below, while I was on the ward room ladder, the captain of the gun directly opposite the hatchway was struck full in the face by an 18-pound shot, and fell back on me. We tumbled down the hatch together. I lay for some moments stunned by the blow, but soon recovered consciousness enough to rush up on deck. The captain, seeing me covered with blood, asked if I was wounded, to which I replied, 'I believe not, sir.' Then he said, 'Where are the primers?' This brought me completely to my senses, and I ran below again and carried the primers on deck." When Porter had been forced to surrender, David went below to help the surgeon in dressing wounds. One brave young man, Lieutenant Cowell, said, "Oh, Davy, I fear it is all up with me." He could have been saved had his leg been amputated an hour sooner, but when it was proposed to drop another patient and attend to him, he said, "No, doctor, none of that. Fair play is a jewel. One man's life is as dear as another's. I would not cheat any poor fellow out of his turn." Many brave men died, saying, "Don't give her up. Hurrah for liberty." One young Scotchman, whose leg had been shot off, said to his comrades, "I left my own country and adopted the United States to fight for her. I hope I have this day proved myself worthy of the country of my adoption. I am no longer of any use to you or to her, so good bye," saying which he threw himself overboard. When David was taken a prisoner on board the Phoebe, he could not refrain from tears at his mortification. "Never mind, my little fellow," said the captain. "It will be your turn next, perhaps." "I hope so," was the reply. Soon David's pet pig, Murphy, was brought on board, and he immediately claimed it. "But," said the English sailor, "you are a prisoner, and your pig also." "We always respect private property," the boy replied, seizing hold of Murphy, and after a vigorous fight the pet was given to its owner. On returning to Captain Porter's house at Chester, Pennsylvania, David was put at school for the summer, under a quaint instructor, one of Napoleon's celebrated guard, who used no book, but taught the boys about plants and minerals, and how to climb and swim. In the fall he was placed on a receiving ship, but gladly left the wild set of lads for a cruise in the Mediterranean. Here he had the opportunity of visiting Naples, Pompeii, and other places of interest, but he encountered much that was harsh and trying. Commodore C sometimes knocked down his own son, and his son's friend as well. Not a pleasant person to be governed by. In 1817, Chaplain Folsom of their ship was appointed consul at Tunis. He loved David as a brother, and begged the privilege of keeping him for a time, because he said to the Commodore, "He is entirely destitute of the aids of fortune and the influences of friends, other than those whom his character may attach to him." For nearly 9 months he remained with the chaplain, studying French, Italian, English literature, and mathematics, and developing in manliness and refinement. The Danish consul showed great fondness for the frank, ardent boy, now 16, and invited him to his house at Carthage. Failing in his health, a horseback trip toward the interior of the country was recommended, and during the journey he received a sunstroke, and his eyes were permanently weakened. All his life, however, he had some one read to him, and thus mitigate his misfortune. The time came to go back to duty on the ship, and Chaplain Folsom clasped the big boy to his bosom, fervently kissing him on each cheek, and giving him his parted blessing mingled with his tears. 40 years after, when the young midshipman had become the famous admiral, he sent a token of respect and affection to his old friend. For some years, having been appointed acting lieutenant, he cruised in the Gulf of Mexico, gaining knowledge which he was glad to use later, and in the West Indies, where for 2 years and a half, he said, "I never owned a bed, but lay down to rest whenever I found the most comfortable berth." Sometimes he and his seamen pursued pirates who infested the coast, cutting their way through thorn bushes and cactus plants with their cutlasses, then burning the houses of those robbers, and taking their plunder out of their caves. It was an exciting but wearing life. After a visit to his old home at New Orleans, his father had died, and his sister did not recognize him. He contracted yellow fever and lay ill for some time in a Washington hospital. Perhaps the sailor was tired of his roving and somewhat lonely life, and now married at 22 Miss Susan Marchant of Norfolk, Virginia. For 16 years she was an invalid, so that he carried her often in his arms like a child. Now he took her to New Haven for treatment, and improved what time he could spare by attending Professor Silliman's lectures at Yale College. Now he conducted a school on a receiving ship, so as to have her with him. She bore the sickness with unparalleled resignation and patience, says Farragut in his journal, affording a beautiful example of calmness and fortitude. One of her friends in Norfolk said, "When Captain Farragut dies, he should have a monument reaching to the skies, made by every wife in the city contributing a stone to it. How the world admires a brave man with a tender heart." Farragut was now nearly 40 years of age, never pushing himself forward. Honors had come slowly. 3 years later, having been made commandant, he married Miss Virginia Royale, also of Norfolk, Virginia. At the beginning of the Mexican War he offered his services to the government, but from indifference or the jealousy of officials he was not called upon. The next 12 years were spent partly in the Norfolk Navy Yard, giving weekly lectures on gunnery, preparing a book on ordnance regulations, and establishing a navy yard on the Pacific coast. Whatever he did was done thoroughly and faithfully. When asked by the Navy Department to express a preference about a position, he said, "I have no volition in the matter. Your duty is to give me orders, mine to obey. I have made it the rule of my life to ask no official favors, but to await orders and then obey them." And now came the turning point of his life. April 17, 1860, Virginia, by a vote of 88 to 55, seceded from the United States. The next morning Farragut, then at Norfolk, expressed disapproval of the acts of the convention, and said President Lincoln would be justified in calling for troops after the Southerners had taken forts and arsenals. He was soon informed that a person with those sentiments could not live in Norfolk. "Well, then, I can live somewhere else," was the calm reply. Returning home, he announced to his wife that he had determined to stick to the flag. "This act of mine may cause years of separation from your family, so you must decide quickly whether you will go North or remain here." She decided at once to go with him, and hastily collecting a few articles, departed that evening for Baltimore. That city was in commotion, the Massachusetts troops having had a conflict with the mob. He finally secured passage for New York on a canal boat, and with limited means rented a cottage at Hastings-on-the-Hudson for $150 a year. He loved the South, and said, "God forbid that I should have to raise my hand against her." But he was anxious to take part in the war for the Union, and offered his services to that end. The government had an important project in hand. The Mississippi River was largely in the control of the Confederacy, and was the great highway for transporting her supplies. New Orleans was the richest city of the South, receiving for shipment at this time $92 million worth of cotton and more than $25 million worth of sugar yearly. If this city could be captured and the river controlled by the North, the South would be seriously crippled. But the lower Mississippi was guarded by the strongest forts, Jackson and St. Philip, which mounted 115 guns, and were garrisoned by 1,500 men. Above the forts were 15 vessels of the Confederate fleet, including the ironclad ram Manassas, and just below, a heavy iron chain across the river bound together scores of cypress logs 30 feet long and 4 or 5 feet in diameter, thus forming an immense obstruction. Sharpshooters were stationed all along the banks. Who could be entrusted with such a formidable undertaking as the capture of this stronghold? Who sufficiently daring, skillful, and loyal? Several naval officers were considered, but Gideon Welles, Secretary of the Navy, said Farragut is the man. The steam sloop of war Hartford, of 1,900 tons burden and 225 feet long, was made ready as his flagship. His instructions were the certain capture of the city of New Orleans. The department and the country require of you success. If successful, you open the way to the sea for the great West, never again to be closed. The rebellion will be riven into the center, and the flag, to which you have been so faithful, will recover its supremacy in every state. With a grateful heart that he had been thought fitting for this high place, and believing in his ability to win success, at 61 years of age he started on his mission, saying, "If I die in the attempt, it will only be what every officer has to expect. He who dies in doing his duty to his country and at peace with his God has played the drama of life to the best advantage." He took with him 6 sloops of war, 16 gunboats, 21 schooners, and 5 other vessels, 48 in all, the fleet carrying over 200 guns. April 18th, 1862, they had all reached their positions and were ready for the struggle. For 6 days and nights the mortars kept up a constant fire on Fort Jackson, throwing nearly 6,000 shells. Many persons were killed, but the fort did not yield. The Confederates sent down the river 5 fire rafts, flatboats filled with dry wood smeared with tar and turpentine, hoping that these would make havoc among Farragut's ships, but his crews towed them away to shore or let them drift out to sea. Farragut now made up his mind to pass the forts at all hazards. It was a dangerous and heroic step. If he won, New Orleans must fall. If he failed, but he must not fail. 2 gunboats were sent to cut the chain across the river. All night long the commander watched with intense anxiety the return of the boats, which under a galling fire had succeeded in breaking the chain and thus making a passage for the fleet. At 3:30 on the morning of April 24th, the fleet was ready to start. The Cayuga led off the first division of 8 vessels. Both forts opened fire. In 10 minutes she had passed beyond St. Philip, only to be surrounded by 11 Confederate gunboats. The Varuna came to her relief, but was rammed by 2 Southern boats and sunk in 15 minutes. The Mississippi encountered the enemy's ram, Manassas, riddled her with shot, and set her on fire, so that she drifted below the forts and blew up. Then the Center Division, led by the Hartford, passed into the terrific fire. First she grounded in avoiding a fire raft, then a Confederate ram pushed a raft against her, setting her on fire. But Farragut gave his orders as calmly as though not in the utmost peril. The flames were extinguished, and she steamed on, doing terrible execution with her shells. Then came the last division, led by the Sciota and the Commander Porter's gunboats. In the darkness, lighted only by the flashes of over 200 guns, the fleet had cut its way to victory, losing 184 in killed and wounded. In a twinkling the flames had risen halfway to maintop and mizzen, darting up the shrouds like snakes. Oh, how we clanked at the brakes! And the deep steam pumps throbbed under, sending a ceaseless glow. Our top men, a dauntless crowd, swarmed in rigging and shroud. There 'twas a wonder. The burning ratlins and strands they quenched with their bare, hard hands, but the great guns below never silenced their thunder. At last, by backing and sounding, when we were clear of grounding and under headway once more, the whole rebel fleet came rounding the point. If we had it hot before, 'twas now from shore to shore, one long, loud, thundering roar, such crashing, splintering, and pounding and smashing as you never heard before. But that we fought foul wrong to wreck, and to save the land we loved so well, you might have deemed our long gun deck 200 feet of hell, for all above was battle, broadside and blaze and rattle, smoke and thunder alone. But down in the sick bay, where our wounded and dying lay, there was scarce a sob or a moan. And at last, when the dim day broke, and the sullen sun awoke, drearily blinking o'er the haze and the cannon smoke, that even such mournful dulls, there were 13 trader hulls on fire and sinking. Henry Howard Brownell. Thus, says the Sons of Farragut in his admirable biography, was accomplished a feat in naval warfare which had no precedent and which is still without a parallel, except the one furnished by Farragut himself 2 years later at Mobile. Starting with 17 wooden vessels, he had passed with all but 3 of them against the swift current of a river but half a mile wide, between 2 powerful earthworks which had long been prepared for him, his course impeded by blazing rafts, and immediately thereafter had met the enemy's fleet of 15 vessels, 2 of them ironclads, and either captured or destroyed every one of them, and all this with a loss of but 1 ship from his squadron. The following day he wrote, "My dearest wife and boy, I am so agitated that I can scarcely write, and shall only tell you that it has pleased Almighty God to preserve my life through a fire such as the world has scarcely known. He has permitted me to make a name for my dear boy's inheritance, as well as for my comfort and that of my family." The next day at 11 o'clock in the morning, by order of Farragut, the officers and crews of the fleet returned thanks to Almighty God for his great goodness and mercy in permitting us to pass through the events of the last 2 days with so little loss of life and blood. April 29th, a battalion of 250 Marines and 2 howitzers, manned by sailors from the Hartford, marched through the streets of New Orleans, hoisted the Union flag in place of the Confederate on the City Hall, and held possession till General Butler arrived with his troops on May 1st. After the fall of the city, the forts surrendered to Porter. From here Farragut went to Vicksburg with 16 vessels. The Hartford, he says, like an old hen taking care of her chickens. and passed the batteries with 15 killed and 30 wounded. 3 months later he received the thanks of Congress on parchment for the gallant services of himself and his men, and was made Rear Admiral. He remained on the river and Gulf for some months, doing effective work in sustaining the blockade and destroying the salt works along the coast. When the memorable passage of the batteries of Port Hudson was made, where 113 were killed or wounded, the Hartford taking the lead, his idolized boy, Loyal, stood beside him. When urged by the surgeon to let his son go below to help about the wounded, because it was safer, he replied, "No, that will not do. It is true our only child is on board by chance, and he is not in the service, but being here he will act as one of my aides to assist in conveying my orders during the battle, and we will trust in Providence." Neither would the lad listen to the suggestion, for he wanted to be stationed on deck and see the fight. Farragut soon sent him back to his mother, for he said, "I am too devoted a father to have my son with me in troubles of this kind. The anxieties of a father should not be added to those of a commander." Every day was full of exciting incident. The admiral needing some dispatches taken down the river, his secretary, Mr. Gaubadan, volunteered to bear the message. A small dugout was covered with twigs so as to resemble floating trees. At night he lay down in his little craft with paddle and pistol by his side, and drifted with the current. Once a Confederate boat pulled out into the stream to investigate the somewhat large tree, but returned to report that it was only a log. He succeeded in reaching General Banks, who had taken the place of General Butler, and when the fleet returned to New Orleans he was warmly welcomed on board by his admiring companions. Farragut now returned to New York for a short time, where all were anxious to meet the hero of New Orleans, and to see the historic Hartford, which had been struck 240 times by shot and shell in 19 months' service. The Union League Club presented him a beautiful sword, the scabbard of gold and silver, and the hilt set in brilliants. His next point of attack was Mobile Bay. Under cover of the forts, Morgan, Gaines, and Powell, the blockade was constantly broken. A good story is told of the capture of one of these vessels, whose merchant captain was brought before Farragut. He proved to be an old acquaintance, who said he was bound for Matamoras on the Rio Grande. The admiral expressed amazement that he should be 300 miles out of his course, and said good-naturedly, "I am sorry for you, but we shall have to hold you for the thundering bad navigation." And now occurred the most brilliant battle of his career, August 4th, 1864. He wrote to his wife, "I am going into Mobile Bay in the morning if God is my leader, and I hope he is, and in him I place my trust. God bless and preserve you, my darling and my dear boy, if anything should happen to me. Your devoted and affectionate husband, who never for one moment forgot his love, duty, or fidelity to you, his devoted and best of wives." At 5:30 on the morning of August 5th, 14 ships and 4 monitors, headed by the Brooklyn, because she had apparatus for picking up torpedoes, moved into action. Very soon the Tecumseh, the monitor abreast of the Brooklyn, went down with nearly every soul on board sunk by a torpedo. When the Brooklyn saw this disaster, she began to back. "What's the trouble?" was shouted through the trumpet. "Torpedoes!" The supreme moment had come for decision. The grand old admiral offered up this prayer in his heart: "O God, direct me what to do. Shall I go on?" And a voice seemed to answer, "Go on." "Go ahead," he shouted to his captain on the Hartford. "Give her all the steam you've got." And like a thing of life she swept on over the torpedoes to the head of the fleet, where she became the special target of the enemy. Her timbers crashed and her wounded came pouring down, cries never to be forgotten. Twice the brave admiral was lashed to the rigging by his devoted men, lest in his exposed position he fall overboard if struck by a ball. The fleet lost 335 men, but Farragut gained the day. When all was over and he looked upon the dead laid out on the port side of his ship, he wept like a child. The prisoners captured in the defenses of Mobile were 1,464, with 104 guns. On his return to New York he was welcomed with the grandest demonstrations. Crowds gathered at the Battery. A public reception was given him at the Custom House, and $50,000 with which to buy a house in New York. Congress made him vice admiral. Prominent politicians asked him to become a candidate for the presidency, but he refused, saying, "I have no ambition for anything but what I am, an admiral. I have worked hard for 3 years, have been in 11 fights, and am willing to fight 11 more if necessary. But when I go home, I desire peace and comfort." At Hastings on the Hudson, the streets were arched with the words New Orleans, Mobile, Jackson, St. Philip, etc. Boston gave him a welcome reception at Faneuil Hall, Oliver Wendell Holmes reading a poem on the occasion. At Cambridge, 200 Harvard students took his horses from the carriage, and attaching ropes to it, drew him through the streets. On July 25, 1866, the rank of admiral was created by Congress, and Farragut was appointed to the place. Honors, and well-deserved ones, had come at last to the brave midshipman. The next year, in command of the European squadron, accompanied by Mrs. Farragut, who went by special permission of the President, he visited France, Russia, and other countries. Napoleon III welcomed him to the Tuileries. The Grand Duke Constantine of Russia, Duke of Edinburgh, and Victor Emmanuel each made him their guest. He dined with the King of Denmark and the King of Greece, and Queen Victoria received him at the Osborne House. 2 years later he visited the Navy Yard on the Pacific coast, which he had established years before. He died August 14, 1870, at the age of 69, universally honored and regretted. Congress appropriated $20,000 for his statue on Farragut Square, Washington, and the work has been executed by Vinnie Ream Hoxie. Success was not an accident with the Christian admiral. It was the result of devotion to duty, real bravery, and a life distinguished by purity of character and the highest sense of honor. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 21. Ezra Cornell, in the winter of 1819, might have been seen traveling from New Jersey to De Ruyter in New York, a distance of 250 miles. Some covered emigrant wagons containing a wife and 6 children in the first, and household goods and farming utensils in the others. Sometimes the occupants slept in a farmhouse, but usually in their vehicles by a campfire in the woods. For 2 weeks they journeyed, sometimes through an almost uninhabited wilderness and over well-nigh impassable roads. The mother, with a baby in her arms, her oldest child Ezra, a boy of 12, must have been worn with his toilsome journey, but patient and cheerful, no word of repining escaped her lips. Elijah Cornell, a frank, noble-hearted Quaker, was going west to make his living as a potter and farmer combined. Like other pioneers, they made ready their little home among the sterile hills, and there, for 20 years, they struggled to rear a family that grew to 11 children instead of 6. The boys of the family were taught the simple mysteries of pottery making early in life, and thus formed habits of industry, while their limited income necessarily made them economical. The eldest boy, Ezra, now 16, was growing anxious to be something more than a potter. He was nearly 6 feet tall, thin, muscular, and full of energy. He was studious, reading every book within his reach, and desirous of an education which there was no money to procure. Determined, if possible, to go to the common school one more winter, he and his brother, 15 years of age, chopped and cleared 4 acres of heavy beech and maple woodland, plowed and planted it to corn, and thus made themselves able to finish their education. Soon after, the father engaged a carpenter to build a large pottery. Ezra assisted, and began to think he should like the trade of a carpenter. When the structure was completed, taking his younger brother to the forest, they cut timber and erected for their father's family a 2-story dwelling, the best in the town, without any supervision. Ezra had made the frames so that every part fitted in its exact place. This, for a boy of 17, became the wonder of the neighborhood. Master builders prophesied a rare carpenter for posterity. It was evident that the quiet town of De Ruyter could not satisfy such a lad, and at 18 he started away from his affectionate mother to try the world. She could trust him because he used neither liquor nor tobacco, was truthful, honest, and willing to work hard. If a young man desires to get his living easily, or is very particular as to the kind of work he undertakes, his future may well be doubted. Ezra found no carpentering, as he had hoped, but in the vicinity of Syracuse, then a small village, he engaged himself for 2 years to get out timber for shipment to New York by canal. The following year, he worked in a shop making wool carding machinery, and being now only 20 miles from Deerota, he walked home every Saturday evening and back Monday morning. 20 miles before a day's work would have been too long for most boys. There was no danger that Ezra would grow tender, either of foot or hand, through luxury. Hearing that there was a good outlook for business at Ithaca, he walked 40 miles thither with a spare suit of clothes and a few dollars in his pocket. Who would have said then that this unknown lad with no capital save courage and ambition would make the name of Ithaca joint with that of Cornell known round the world? He obtained work as a carpenter and was soon offered the position of keeping a cotton mill in repair. This he gladly accepted, using what knowledge he had gained in the machine shop. A year later, Colonel Beebe, proprietor of a flooring and plaster mill, asked young Cornell to repair his works, and so pleased was he with the mechanic that he kept him for 12 years, making him his confidential agent and general manager. When a tunnel was needed to bring water from Fall Creek, Cornell was made engineer-in-chief of the enterprise. When labor-saving machinery was required, the head of the enterprising young man invented it. Meantime, he had married, at the age of 24, an intelligent girl, Mary Ann Wood, 4 years his junior, the second in a family of 11 children. As the young lady was not a Quaker, Cornell was formally excommunicated from his church for taking a person outside the fold. He was offered forgiveness and reinstatement if he would apologize and show proper regret, which he refused to do, feeling that the church had no right to decide upon the religious convictions of the person he loved. He soon purchased a few acres of land near the mill and erected a simple home for his bride. Here they lived for 20 years, and here their 9 children were born, 4 of whom died early. It was happiness to go daily to his work, receive his comfortable salary, and see his children grow up around him with their needed wants supplied. But the comfortable salary came to an end. Colonel Beebe withdrew from active business. The mill was turned into a woolen factory, and Cornell was thrown out of work. Business depression was great all over the country. In vain for months he sought for employment. The helpless family must be supported. At the age of 36, matters began to look serious. Finally, he went to Maine in the endeavor to sell the patent right of a new plow recently invented. He visited the Maine farmer and met the editor, Honorary F.O.J. Smith, a member of Congress, who became much interested. He tried also to sell the patent in the state of Georgia, walking usually 40 miles a day, but with little success. Again, he started for Maine, walking from Ithaca to Albany, 160 miles in 4 days. Then, going by rail to Boston, and once more on foot to Portland. He was fond of walking and used to say, "Nature can in no way be so richly enjoyed as through the opportunities afforded the pedestrian." Entering the office of the Maine farmer again, he found Mr. Smith on his knees in the middle of his office floor, with a piece of chalk in his hand, the mud board of a plough lying by his side, and with various chalk marks on the floor before him. Mr. Smith arose and grasped him cordially by hand, saying, "Cornell, you are the very man I want to see. I have been trying to explain to neighbor Robertson a machine that I want made, but I cannot make him understand it. I want a kind of scraper or machine for digging a ditch for laying out our telegraph pipe underground. Congress has appropriated $30,000 to enable Professor Morse to test the practicability of his telegraph on a line between Washington and Baltimore. I have taken the contract to lay the pipe at $100 a mile." Mr. Cornell's ready brain soon saw what kind of a machine was needed, and he sketched a rough diagram of it. Without much hope of success, Smith said, "You make a machine, and I will pay the expense, whether successful or not. If successful, I will pay you $50 or $100 or any price you may name." Mr. Cornell at once went to a machine shop, made the patterns for the necessary castings, and then the woodwork for the frame. The trial of the new machine was made at Mr. Smith's homestead, 4 yoke of oxen being attached to the strange-looking plough, which cut a furrow 2 1/2 feet deep and 1 1/4 inches wide, and laid the pipe in the bottom at the same time. It worked successfully, and Mr. Cornell was asked to take charge of the laying of the pipe between Baltimore and Washington. He accepted, for he believed the telegraph would become a vast instrument in civilization. The loss of a position at the Beebe mill proved the opening to a broader world. His energy had found a field as wide as the universe. It was decided to put the first pipe between the double tracks of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, with an 8-mule team, horses being afraid of the engines. Nearly a mile of pipe was laid each day. Soon Professor Morse came hurriedly, and calling Mr. Cornell aside, said, "Can you not contrive to stop this work for a few days, in some manner, so the papers will not know that it has been purposely interrupted? I want to make some experiments before any more pipe is laid." Cornell had been expecting this, for he knew that the pipes were defective, though other officials would not permit Morse to be told of it. Replying that he would do so as requested, he stepped back to his plough and said, "Hooray, boys! Whip your mules! We must lay another length of pipe before we quit tonight." Then he purposely let the machine catch against a point of rock, making it a perfect wreck. Mr. Cornell began now, at Professor Moore's request, to experiment in the basement of the patent office at Washington, studying what books he could obtain on electrical science. It was soon found to be wise to put the wires upon poles, as Cook and Wheatstone had done it in England. The line between Baltimore and Washington proved successful despite its crudities, but what should be done with it? Government did not wish to buy it, and private capital was afraid to touch it. How could the world be made interested? Mr. Cornell, who had now put his heart into the telegraph, built a line from Milk Street, Boston, to School Street, that the people might see for themselves this new agent which was to enable nations to talk with each other, but nobody cared to waste a moment in looking at it. They were more interested in selling a piece of cloth, or discovering the merits of a dead philosopher. Not delighted with the indifference of Boston, he moved his apparatus to New York in 1844 and constructed a line from opposite Trinity Church on the Broadway to near the site of the present Metropolitan Hotel. But New York was even more indifferent than Boston. The Tribune, Express, and some of the newspapers gave cordial notices of the new enterprise, but the Herald said plainly that it was opposed to the telegraph, because now it could beat its rivals by special couriers. But if the telegraph came into use, then all would have an equal opportunity to obtain news. During the whole winter Mr. Cornell labored, seemingly to no purpose, to introduce what Morse had so grandly discovered. A man of less will and less self-reliance would have become discouraged. He met the fate of all reformers or inventors. Nobody wants a thing till it is a great success, and then everybody wants it at the same moment. Finally, by the arduous struggle, the Magnetic Telegraph Company was formed for erecting a line between New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, and Mr. Cornell, for superintending it, was to receive $1,000 per annum. So earnest he was for the matter that he subscribed $500 to the stock of the company, paying for it out of his meagre salary. Such men, willing to live on the merest pittance, that a measure of great practical good may succeed, such men deserve to win. The next line was between New York and Albany, and Mr. Cornell, being the contractor, received his first return for these years of labor, $6,000 in profit. The tide had turned, and though afterward various obstacles had been met, and overcome, the poor mechanic had started on the high road to fame and fortune. He next organized the Erie and Michigan Telegraph Company. Supposing that the western cities thus benefited would subscribe to the stock, but even in Chicago, which now pays $3,000 daily for telegraphic service, it was impossible to raise a dollar. A year later, the New York and Erie telegraph line was constructed through the southern part of New York State. Mr. Cornell, believing most heartily in the project, obligated himself heavily, and the result proved his far-sightedness. But now ruinous competition set in. Those who had been unwilling to help at first were anxious to share profits. To save all from bankruptcy in the cutting of rates, Mr. Cornell and few others consolidated the various interests in the Western Union Telegraph Company, now grown so large that it has nearly 500,000 miles of wire, employs 20,000 persons, and sends over 41 million messages yearly, and makes over $7.5 million profits. For more than 15 years, he was the largest stockholder in the company. It was not strange, therefore, that middle life found Ezra Cornell a millionaire. This was better than making pottery in the little town of DeRuyter. It had taken work, however, to make this fortune. While others sauntered and enjoyed life at leisure, he was working early and late, away from his family most of the time for 12 years. In 1857, when 50 years of age, he purchased 300 acres near Ithaca, planted orchards, bought fine cattle and horses, and moved his family thither. He was made president of the County Agricultural Society, and in 1862 was chosen to represent the State Agricultural Society at the International Exposition in London. Taking his wife with him, they travelled in Great Britain and on the continent, enjoying a few months of recreation. For the first time since, when a youth, 30 years before, he had walked into Ithaca. During the war, he gave money and sympathy freely, being often at the front, in hospitals and on battlefields, caring for the wounded and their families, and aiding those whom the war had left maimed or impoverished. For 6 years he served acceptably in the state legislature, self-reliant, calm, unselfish, simple in dress and manner. He was alike the companion of the distinguished scholars and the advocate of the people. The great question now before his mind was how to spend his fortune most wisely. He recalled the days when he cleared 4 acres of timberland that he might have 3 months of schooling. He had regretted all his life his lack of a college education. He determined therefore to build an institution where any person can find instruction in any study. Preparatory to this, he built Cornell Library, costing $61,000. A workman losing one of his horses by accident in the construction of the edifice was called upon by the philanthropist, who, after inquiring the value of the animal, drew a check and handed it to the man, remarking with a kind smile, "I presume I can, better than you, afford to lose the horse." A man with money enough to build libraries does not always remember a labourer. Mr. Cornell's first gift toward his university was a 200 acres of his cherished farm and $500,000 in money. The institution was formally opened in 1868. Honorary Andrew T. White, a distinguished graduate of Yale and of the University of Berlin, being chosen president. Soon over 400 students gathered from over 27 states. Mr. Cornell's gift afterward, including his saving the land grant fund from depreciation, amounted to over $3 million, a wonderful present from a self-made mechanic. Other men have followed his illustrious example. Henry W. Sage has given $300,000 for the building of Sage College for Women and the extensive conservatories of the Botanical Department. Hiram Sibley of Rochester has given $50,000 for the College of Mechanic Arts, and John McGraw $100,000 for the library and museum. Cornell University is now one of the most liberally endowed institutions in the country, and has already sent out over 1,000 graduates. Did Mr. Cornell did everything to enrich and develop his own town? He brought manufactories of glass and iron into her midst, held the presidency of the First National Bank for a dozen years, made her as far as possible a railroad center, and gave generously to her churches of whatever denomination. The first question asked in any project was, "Have you seen Ezra Cornell? He will take hold of the work, and if he is for you, no one will be against you, and success is assured, if success be possible." December 9th, 1874, at the age of 67, scarcely able to stand, he arose from his bed and was dressed that he might attend to some unfinished business. Shortly after noon it was finished by an unseen hand. His body was carried to Library Hall, and there the Cornell cadets, standing as guard of honor, thousands looked upon the renewed giver. The day of the funeral, public and private buildings were draped, shops were closed, and the streets filled by a saddened throng. The casket was borne into the cemetery between lines of students who owned to his generosity their royal opportunities for scholarship. Various societies in various cities passed resolutions of respect and honor for the dead. Froude, the English historian, well said of him, "There is something I admire even more than the university, and that is the quiet, unpretending man by whom the university was founded. We have had such men in old times, and there are men in England who make great fortunes and who make claim to great munificence, but who manifest their greatness in buying great estates and building castles for the funding of peerages to be handed down from father to son. Mr. Cornell has sought for immortality and the perpetuity of his name among the people of a free nation. There stands his great university, built upon a rock, built of stone, as solid as rock, to endure while the American nation endures. When the herald's parchment shall have crumbled into dust, and the antiquarians are searching among the tombstones for the records of these departed families, Mr. Cornell's name will be still fresh and green through generation after generation. Overlooking Ithaca and Cayuga Lake stands his home, a beautiful Gothic villa in stone, finished a year after his death. His motto, the motto of his life, is carved over the principal entrance, "True and firm."
End of section 21.
Chapter 22 of The Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 22, Lieutenant General Sheridan. It is sometimes said that circumstances make the man, but there must be something in the man, or circumstances, however favorable, cannot develop it. A poor lad, born of Irish parents in the little western town of Somerset, Ohio, working at $24 a year, would never have come to the lieutenant generalship of the United States unless there was something noteworthy in the lad himself. Philip Henry Sheridan, a generous, active boy, after having studied arithmetic, geography, and spelling at the village school, began to work in a country store in 1843 at the early age of 12, earning 50 cents a week, fortunately still keeping his home with his mother. He was fond of books, especially of military history and biography, and when he read of battles, he had dreams of one day being a great soldier. Probably the keeper of the store where Philip worked and his boyish companions thought these dreams useless air castles. After some months' quickness and attention to business won a better position for him, where he obtained $1.50 a week. So useful had he become that at 17 he acted as bookkeeper and manager of quite a business for the munificent wages of $3 a week. He had not forgotten his soldier ambition and applied to the member of Congress from his county, Perry, for appointment to West Point. Honorable Thomas Ritchie was pleased with the boy's determination and energy, and though most of these places were given to those whose fathers had served in the Mexican War, Philip was not forgotten. He took a preliminary examination in the common branches, and much to his surprise received the appointment. Feeling greatly his need of more knowledge, his roommate, Henry W. Slocum, afterward a major general, assisted him in algebra and geometry. The two boys would hang blankets at the windows of their room, and study after the usual limit for the putting out of lights and retiring. Graduating in 1853, he was made second lieutenant in the United States Infantry and assigned to Fort Duncan on the western boundary of Texas, which at that time seemed well nigh out of the world. Here he came much in contact with the Apache and Comanche Indians, warlike and independent tribes. One day as Sheridan was outside the fort with two other men, a band of Indians swooped down upon them. The chief jumped from his horse to seize his prisoners, when Sheridan instantly sprang upon the animal's back and galloped to Fort Duncan. Hastily summoning his troops, he rushed back to save his two friends. The enraged chief sprang toward him, when a ball from Sheridan's rifle laid him dead upon the ground. His ready thought had saved his own life and that of his friends. 2 years later he was made first lieutenant and sent to Oregon as escort to an expedition surveying for a branch of the Pacific Railway. The region was wild and almost unknown, yet beautiful and full of interest. This life must have seemed inspiring compared with the quiet of the Somerset store. Chosen very soon to take charge of an Indian campaign, his fearlessness, his quick decision and cautiousness as well, made him a valuable leader. The Indians could endure hardships. So could Sheridan. Sometimes he carried his food for 2 weeks in his blanket slung over his shoulder, and made the ground his bed at night. The Indians could scale rocks and mountains. So could the young officer. A severe encounter took place at the Cascades on the Columbia River, April 28, 1856, where by getting in the rear of the Indians, he completely vanquished them. For this strategy he was especially commended by Lieutenant General Scott. However, he won the confidence of the Indian tribes for probity and honest in his dealings with them. When the Civil War began, he was eager to help the cause of the Union, and in 1861 was made captain and chief quartermaster in southwestern Missouri on the staff of Major General Curtis. He was quiet and unassuming, accurate in business matters, and thoroughly courteous. Perhaps now that he had learned more of army life by 9½ years of service, he was less sanguine of high renown than in his boyish days, for he told a friend that he was the 64th captain on the list, and with the chances of war, thought he might soon be major. It required executive ability to provide for the subsistence of a great army, but Sheridan organized his depots of supplies and transportation trains with economy and wisdom for the brave men who fought under Sigel. With a high sense of honor, Sheridan objected to the taking of any private property from the enemy for self-aggrandizement, as was the case with some officers, and asked to be relieved from his present position. Fortunately, he was appointed on the staff of General Halleck in Tennessee, a man who soon learned the faithfulness and ability of his captain. And when the governor of Michigan asked for a good colonel for the 2nd Michigan Cavalry, Sheridan was chosen. After sharing in several engagements around Corinth, he was attacked July 1, 1862, at Boonville, by a force of 9 regiments, numbering nearly 5,000 men. He had but 2 regiments. What could he do? Selecting 90 of his best men armed with guns and sabers, he sent them 4 miles around a curve to attack the enemy's rear, and promised to attack at the same time in front. When the moment came, he rushed upon the foe as though he had an immense army at his back, while the handful of men in the rear charged with drawn sabers. The Confederates were thrown into confusion and, panic-stricken, rushed from the field, leaving guns, knapsacks, and coats behind them. Sheridan chased them for 20 miles. The deed of valor won the admiration of General Grant, who commended him to the War Department for promotion. He was at once made brigadier general. Perhaps the boyish dreams of becoming a great soldier would not turn out to be air castles after all. Men love to fight under a man who knows what to do in an emergency, and Sheridan's men, who called him Little Phil, had the greatest faith in him. In the fall he was needed to defend Louisville against General Bragg. This Confederate officer had been told that he would find recruits and supplies in abundance if he would come to Kentucky. He came, therefore, bringing arms for 20,000 men, but was greatly disappointed to find that not half that number were willing to cast in their lot with the secessionists. General Buell of the Union Army received, on the contrary, over 20,000 new soldiers here. Bragg prepared to leave the state, sending his provision train ahead, and made a stand at Perryville, Kentucky. Here Sheridan played a distinguished part, holding the key of the Union position, and resisting the onsets of the enemy again and again, with great bravery and skill, driving them at last from the open ground in front by a bayonet charge. The loss in Sheridan's division in killed and wounded was over 400, but his generalship had saved the army from defeat. Bragg determined now to make one great effort to hold Tennessee, and December 31st, 1862, gave battle at Stone River, near Murfreesboro. General Rosecrans has succeeded Buell as commander of the Army of the Cumberland. Being a Romanist, high mass was celebrated in his tent just before the battlefield, the officers booted and spurred standing outside with heads uncovered. The conflict began on the right wing, the enemy advancing 6 lines deep. Our troops were mowed down as by a scythe. Sheridan sustained 4 attacks of the enemy and 4 times repulsed them, swinging his hat or his sword as he rode among his men, and changing his front under fire. Till, his ammunition exhausted, he brought out his shattered forces in close column with colors flying. Pointing sadly to them, he said to Rosecrans, "Here is all that are left, General. My loss is 1,796. My 3 brigade commanders killed, and 69 other officers, and all 72 officers killed and wounded." The men said proudly, "We came out of the battle with compact ranks and empty cartridge boxes." Even after this, Sheridan recaptured 2 pieces of artillery, and routed the same men who had driven him. For noble conduct on the field, he was made Major General of Volunteers. General Rosecrans showed himself dauntless in courage. When a shell took off the head of his faithful staff officer Goresh, riding by his side, to whom he was most tenderly attached, he only said, "I am very sorry, we cannot help it. This battle must be won." Dashing up to a regiment lying on the ground waiting to be called into action, he said, while shot and shell were whizzing furiously around him, "Men, do you wish to know how to be safe? Shoot low. But do you wish to know how to be safest of all? Give them a blizzard, and then charge with cold steel. Forward, men, and show what you are made of." After the day's bloody battle, the troops lay all night on the cold ground where they had fought. "When," says the heroic General Rousseau, "I saw them parch corn over a few little coals into which they were permitted to blow a spark of life, when they carved steak from the loins of a horse which had been killed in battle, and ate, not simply without murmuring, but made merry over their distress, tears involuntarily rolled from my eyes." At midnight it rained upon the soldiers, and the fields became masses of mud. Yet before daylight they stood at their guns. On the 3rd day, says Rosecrans, the firing was terrific and the havoc terrible. The enemy retreated more rapidly than they had advanced. In 40 minutes they lost 2,000 men. All that night the Federals worked to entrench the front of the army. Saturday hundreds of wounded lay in the mud and rain, as the enemy had destroyed so many of our hospital tents. On Sunday morning it was found that the Confederates had departed, leaving 2,500 of their wounded in Murfreesboro for us to take care of. Burial parties were now sent out to inter the dead. The Union loss in killed and wounded was 8,778. The enemy's loss 10,125. Sheridan's next heavy fighting was at Chickamauga. The battle was begun by Bragg on September 19, 1863. The right of our army had been broken to pieces, but General Thomas, the idol of his men, stood on the left like a rock. Sheridan assisting, and refused to be driven from the field. General Henry M. Sist, in his Army of the Cumberland, says, "There is nothing finer in history than Thomas at Chickamauga." Sheridan lost over 1/3 of his 4,000 men and 96 officers. The Federal loss was over 16,000, the Confederate over 20,000. There were heroic deeds on this, as on every battlefield. When a division of the Reserve Corps, brave men they were too, wavered under the storm of lead, General James B. Steedman rode up, and taking the flag from the color bearer, cried out, "Go back, boys, go back, but the flag can't go with you," and dashed into the fight. The men rallied, closed their column, and fought bravely to the death. Even the drummer boy, Johnny Clem from Newark, Ohio, 10 years old, near the close of the battle, when one of Longstreet's colonels rode up, and with an oath demanded him to surrender, sent a bullet through the officer's heart. Rosecrans made him a sergeant, and the daughter of Secretary Chase gave him a silver medal. 2 months later, the Battle of Chattanooga redeemed the defeat of Chickamauga. Near the town rises Lookout Mountain, abrupt, rocky cliffs 2,400 feet above the level of the sea, and Missionary Ridge, both of which were held by the enemy. On November 24th, Lookout was stormed and carried by General Hooker in the battle above the clouds. On the following day, Missionary Ridge was to be assaulted. Sheridan held the extreme left for General Thomas. Before him was a wood, then an open plain, several hundred yards to the enemy's rifle pits, and then beyond 500 yards covered with rocks and fallen timber to the crest, where were Bragg's heaviest breastworks. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the signal to advance, 6 guns fired at intervals of 2 seconds was given. As Sheridan shouted, "Remember Chickamauga," the men dashed over the plain at double quick, their glittering bayonets ready for deadly work. Says Benjamin F. Taylor, who was an eyewitness, "Never halting, never faltering, they charged up to the first rifle pits with a cheer, forked out the rebels with their bayonets, and lay there panting for breath." If the thunder of guns had been terrible, it was now growing sublime. It was rifles and musketry, it was grape and canister, it was shell and shrapnel. Mission Ridge was volcanic. 1,000 torrents of red poured over its brink and rushed together to its base. They dash out a little way and then slacken. They creep up, hand over hand, loading and firing, and wavering and halting, from the first line of works to the second. They burst into a charge with a cheer and go over it. Sheets of flame baptize them. Plunging shot tear away comrades on left and right. It is no longer shoulder to shoulder. It is God for us all. Under tree trunks, among rocks, stumbling over the dead, struggling with the living, facing the steady fire of 8,000 infantry, they wrestle with the ridge. Things are growing desperate up aloft. The rebels tumble rocks upon the rising line. They light the fuses and roll shells down the steep. They load the guns with handfuls of cartridges in their haste, and as if there were powder in the word, they shout Chickamauga down upon the mounters. But it would not all do, and just as the sun, weary of the scene, was sinking out of the sight with magnificent bursts all along the line, the advance surged over the crest, and in a minute those flags fluttered along the fringe where 50 rebel guns were kennelled. Men flung themselves exhausted upon the ground. They laughed and wept, shook hands, embraced, turned around, and did all 4 over again. It was as wild as a carnival. Grant had given the order for taking the first line of rifle pits only, but the men, first one regiment and then another, swept up the hill, determined to be the first to plant the colors there. "When I saw those flags go up," said Sheridan afterward, "I knew we should carry the ridge, and I took the responsibility." Sheridan's horse was shot under him, after which he led the assault on foot. Over 1,200 men made Missionary Ridge sacred to liberty by their blood. All seemed heroes on that day. One poor fellow with his shoulder shattered lay beside a rock. 2 comrades halted to bear him to the rear, when he said, "Don't stop for me. I'm of no account. For God's sake, push right up with the boys." And on they went to help scale the mountain. When the men were seen going up the hill, Grant asked by whose orders that was done. "It is all right if it turns out all right," he said, "but if not, someone will suffer." But it turned out all right, and Grant knew thereafter how fully he could trust Sheridan. The following spring Sheridan was placed by Grant in command of the cavalry of the Army of the Potomac, numbering nearly 12,000 men. Here he was to add to his fame in the great battles of the Shenandoah Valley. From May to August Sheridan lost over 5,000 men in killed and wounded, in smaller battles as he protected Grant's flank while he moved his forces to the James River, or in cutting off Lee's supplies. Meantime General Early had been spreading terror by his attempt to take Washington, thus hoping also to withdraw Grant's attention from Lee at Richmond. The time had come for decisive action. Grant's orders were, "Put yourself south of the enemy and follow him to the death. I feel every confidence that you will do the best, and will leave you as far as possible to act on your own judgment, and not embarrass you with orders and instructions." About the middle of September Grant visited Sheridan, with a plan of battle for him in his pocket, but he said afterward, "I saw that there were but 2 words of instruction necessary: go in." The result was such that I have never since deemed it necessary to visit General Sheridan before giving him orders. The Battle of Opequon was fought September 19, 1864. Early being completely routed and losing about 4,000 men, 5 pieces of artillery, and 9 army flags, with an equal loss of men by the Federals. The fight was a bitter one from morning till evening. A regiment like the 114th New York going into the battle with 180 men, and coming out with 40, their dead piled one above another. Sheridan at first stood a little to the rear, so that he might calmly direct the battle, but at last, swinging his sword and exclaiming, "I can't stand this," he rode into the conflict. The next day he telegraphed to Edwin M. Stanton, Secretary of War, "We have just sent them whirling through Winchester, and we are after them tomorrow. This army behaved splendidly." This battle quickened the hope and courage of the North, who begun to see the end of the devastating war. "Whirling through Winchester" was reported all over the land. Abraham Lincoln telegraphed, "Have just heard of your great victory. God bless you all, officers and men. Strongly inclined to come up and see you." Grant ordered each of his 2 Richmond armies to fire a salute of 100 guns. The next day Sheridan passed on after Early and gave battle at Fisher's Hill, the Confederates losing 16 guns and 1,100 prisoners, besides killed and wounded. Many of these belonged to Stonewall Jackson's corps, and were the flower of the Southern army. "Keep on," said Grant, "and your good work will cause the fall of Richmond." Secretary Stanton ordered 100 guns to be fired by various generals, 1,500 guns in all, for Fisher's Hill. Early was now so thoroughly beaten that the Richmond mob wrote on the guns forwarded to him by the South the satirical sentence, "General Sheridan, care of General Early." Grant's orders were now to lay waste the valley, so that Lee might have no base of supplies. Over 2,000 barns filled with grain, over 70 mills, besides bridges and railroads, were burned, and 7,000 cattle and sheep appropriated by the Union army. Such destruction seemed pitiful, but if the war was thereby shortened, as it doubtless was, then the saving of bloodshed was a blessing. October 15th Sheridan was summoned to Washington for consultation. Early, learning his absence, and having been reinforced by 12,000 troops, decided at once to give battle at Cedar Creek. His army marched at midnight, canteens being left in camp lest they make a noise. At daybreak, October 19th, with the well-known rebel yell, the enemy rushed upon the sleeping camps of the Union army. Nearly 1,000 of our men were taken prisoners, and 18 guns. A panic ensued, and in utter confusion, though there was some brave fighting, our troops fell back to the rear. Sheridan, on his way from Washington, had slept at Winchester that night 20 miles away. At 9 o'clock he rode out of the town on his splendid black horse, unconscious of danger to his army. Soon the sound of battle was heard, and not a mile away he met the fugitives. He at once ordered some troops to stop the stragglers, and rushed on to the front as swiftly as his foaming steed could carry him, swinging his hat and shouting, "Face the other way, boys! Face the other way! If I had been here, boys, this never should have happened." Meeting a colonel who said, "The army is whipped," he replied, "You are, but the army isn't." Rude breastworks of stones, rocks, and trees were thrown up. Then came desperate fighting and the triumphant charge. The first line was carried, and then the second, Sheridan leading a brigade in person. Early's army was thoroughly routed. The captured guns were all retaken, besides 24 pieces of artillery and 1,600 prisoners. Early reported 1,800 killed and wounded. Again the whole North rejoiced over this victory. Sheridan was made a major general in the regular army, for the personal gallantry, military skill, and just confidence in the courage and gallantry of your troops displayed by you on the 19th day of October at Cedar Run, said Lincoln, whereby, under the blessing of Providence, your routed army was reorganized, a great national disaster averted, and a brilliant victory achieved over the rebels for the third time in pitched battle within 30 days. General Grant wrote from City Point, "Turning what bid fair to be a disaster into a glorious victory, stamped Sheridan what I always thought him, one of the ablest of generals." Well wrote Thomas Buchanan Reed in that immortal poem, Sheridan's Ride: "Hurrah, hurrah for Sheridan! Hurrah, hurrah for horse and man! And when their statues are placed on high under the dome of the Union sky, the American soldier's temple of fame, there with the glorious general's name, be it said in letters both bold and bright, here is the steed that saved the day by carrying Sheridan into the fight from Winchester 20 miles away." The noble animal died in Chicago, October, 1878. In 11 weeks, says General Adam Badeau, Sheridan had taken 13,000 prisoners, 49 battle flags, and 60 guns, besides recapturing 18 cannon at Cedar Creek. He must besides have killed and wounded at least 9,000 men, so that he destroyed for the enemy 22,000 soldiers. And now the only work remaining was to join Grant at Richmond in his capture of Lee. He had passed the winter near Winchester, and now, having crossed the James River April 1st, 1865, was attacked by General Pickett at Five Forks. After a severe engagement, about 5,000 prisoners were taken by Sheridan, with 13 colors and 6 guns. His magnetic influence over his men is shown by an incident narrated by General Badeau. At the battle of Five Forks, a soldier, wounded under his eyes, stumbled and was falling to the rear, but Sheridan cried, "Never mind, my man, there's no harm done," and the soldier went on with a bullet in his brain till he dropped dead on the field. From here he pushed on to Appomattox Courthouse, where he headed Lee's army, and waited for Grant to come up. Richmond had surrendered to Grant on the morning of April 3rd. On the 7th of April, Grant wrote to Lee, "The result of the last week must convince you of the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia in this struggle. I feel that it is so, and regard it as my duty to shift from myself the responsibility of any further effusion of blood, by asking you to surrender that portion of the Confederate States Army known as the Army of Northern Virginia." Lee replied, "Though not entertaining the opinion you express on the hopelessness of further resistance on the part of the Army of Northern Virginia, I reciprocate your desire to avoid useless effusion of blood, and therefore, before considering your proposition, ask the terms you will offer on condition of its surrender." The reply was the only one that could be given. The terms upon which peace can be had are well understood. By the South laying down their arms, they will hasten that most desirable event, save thousands of human lives, and hundreds of millions of property not yet destroyed. At 1 o'clock, April 9th, 1865, the two able generals met, and at 4 it was announced that the Army of Northern Virginia, with over 28,000 men, had surrendered to the Army of the Potomac. Memorable day that brought peace to the nation, tired of the horrors of war. In July, Sheridan assumed command of the Military Division of the Gulf. 10 years later, June 3rd, 1875, when he was 44 years old, he married Miss Eileen Rucker, the daughter of General D.H. Rucker, for years his friend. She is a fine linguist and a charming woman. Their home in Chicago has many souvenirs of war times and tokens of appreciation from those who realize General Sheridan's great services to this country. He was made Lieutenant General March 4th, 1869, and when General Sherman retired from the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Army, November 1st, 1883, Sheridan moved to Washington to take his place. The office of Lieutenant General expires with General Sheridan, he being the last of our three great and famous generals, Grant, Sherman, and Sheridan. In this latter city he has a home purchased by 31 of his leading friends from Chicago. He is devoted to his wife and children, honest, upright, and manly, and deserves the honors he has won. General Sheridan was taken ill of heart disease about the middle of May, 1888. After 3 months he died at Nonquit, Massachusetts, near the ocean, at 20 minutes past 10 on the evening of August 5th, 1888. He left a wife and 4 children, a girl of 8, a boy of 6, and twin daughters of 4. After lying in state at Washington, he was buried with military honors at Arlington Heights on Saturday, August 11th, in the midst of universal sorrow. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Thomas Cole. 4 of my favorite pictures from childhood had been Cole's Voyage of Life. I have studied the tiny infant in the boat surrounded by roses, life stream full of luxuriant vegetation; the happy, ambitious youth, looking eagerly forward to the temple of fame, steering the boat himself, with no need of aid from his guardian angel; then the worried and troubled man, his boat tossing and whirling among the broken trees and frightful storms that come to all; and lastly, perhaps most beautiful, the old man sailing peacefully into the ocean of eternity, the angel having returned to guide him, and the way to heaven being filled with celestial spirits. I have always hung these pictures near my writing table, and their lesson has been a helpful and inspiring one. No wonder that Thorwaldsen, the great sculptor, said when he looked upon them in Rome, "O great artist, what beauty of conception! What an admirable arrangement of parts! What an accurate study of nature! What truth of detail!" He told Cole that his work was entirely new and original, executed in a masterly manner, and he commended the harmony of color. These pictures are hung in thousands of homes. But how few persons know the history of the artist. Born in England, February 1st, 1801, the only son of a family of 8 children, and the youngest but one, we find him when a mere child, in some print works, learning to engrave simple designs for calico. His father, a woolen manufacturer, had failed in business, and the family were thrown upon themselves for support. He was a kind and honest man, always hoping to succeed, but never succeeding, always trying new scenes to build up his fortune and never building it. Like other fathers, especially those who have been disappointed in life, he had hopes that his boy would accomplish more than himself. He wished to apprentice him to an attorney or to an iron manufacturer, but Thomas saw no pleasure in Blackstone or in handling ponderous iron. A boy of tender feelings, he found little companionship with his fellow operatives, most of whom were rough, and he enjoyed most an old Scotchman who could repeat ballads, and tell of the beautiful hills and lakes of his native land. When he had leisure, he wandered with his sister Sarah into the surrounding country, and while she sang, he accompanied her with his flute. With little opportunity for school, he was a great reader, and when through with designs for calico for the day, he buried himself in books, especially about foreign countries, and in imagination clambered over high mountains and sailed over broad rivers. He talked much to the family of the wonders of the New World, and when he was 18 they all sailed for America. The father rented a little house and shop in Philadelphia, and began to sell the small stock of dry goods which he had brought with him, while Thomas found work with a person who supplied woodcuts for printers. The father soon became dissatisfied with his prospects, and moved his family to Steubenville, Ohio, where he hoped to find a land flowing with milk and honey. Thomas remained behind, working on some illustrations for Bunyan's Holy War, keeping up his spirits with his beloved flute. Going to Steubenville the next year, walking almost the entire way from Philadelphia. Here he worked in his father's small manufactory of paper hangings, yet he had longings to do some great work in the world, as he wandered alone in the wild and charming scenery. He loved music, architecture, and pictures, but he hardly dared breathe his aspirations save in a few verses of poetry. How in that quiet home a boy should be born who had desires to win renown was a mystery. Nobody knows where the perilous but blessed gift of ambition comes. About this time a portrait painter by the name of Steen came to the village. He took an interest in the poetic boy, and loaned him an English illustrated work on painting. Thomas had already acquired some skill in drawing. Now his heart was on fire as he read about Raphael, Claude Lorraine, and Titian, and he resolved to make painting his life work. How little he knew of the obstacles before a poor artist! He set to work to make his own brushes, obtaining his colors from a chair maker. His easel and palette were made of his own crude manufacture. His father had serious misgivings for his son, but his mother encouraged him to persevere in whatever his genius seemed to lie. As a rule, women discover genius sooner than men, and good Mary Cole had seen that there was something uncommon in her boy. His brushes ready, putting his scanty wearing apparel and his flute in a green baize bag hung over his shoulder, the youth of 21 started for St. Clairsville, 30 miles distant, to begin a life as a painter. He broke through the ice in crossing a stream, and, wet to his breast, arrived at the town, only to find that a German had just been there and had painted all the portraits which were desired. However, a saddler was found who was willing to be painted, and after 5 days of work, from morning till night, the young artist received a new saddle as pay. A military officer gave him an old silver watch for a portrait, and a dapper tradesman a chain and key, which proved to be copper instead of gold. For some other work he received a pair of shoes and $1. All these, except the $1, he was obliged to give to his landlord for board, the man being dissatisfied even with this bargain. From here Thomas walked 100 miles to Zanesville, and to his great sorrow found that the German had preceded him there also, and painted the tavern keeper and his family. The landlord intimated that a historical picture would be taken in payment for the young stranger's board. Accordingly, an impromptu studio was arranged. A few patrons came at long intervals, but it was soon evident that another field must be chosen. What, however, was young Cole's astonishment to find that the historical painting would not be received for board, and that if $35 were not paid at once, he would be thrust into jail. 2 or 3 acquaintances became surety for the debt to the unprincipled landlord, and the pale, slender artist hastened toward Chillicothe with but a sixpence in his pocket. After walking for 3 days, 75 miles, he sat down under a tree by the roadside, well nigh discouraged, in the hot August day, but when the tears gathered in his eyes, he took out his flute, and playing a lively air, his courage returned. He had 2 letters of introduction in his pocket, given him at Zanesville, and these he would present, whispering to himself that he must hold up his head like Michael Angelo, as he offered them. The men who received them had little time or wish to aid the young man. A few persons sat for their portraits, and a few took lessons in drawing, but after a time he had no money to pay for washing his linen, and at last no linen even to be washed. Still enthusiastic over art, and with visions of Italy floating in his mind, yet penniless and footsore, he returned to Steubenville to tell his sorrows to his sympathetic mother. How her heart must have been moved as she looked upon her boy's pale face and great blue eyes, and felt his eager desire for a place of honor in the world, but knew, alas, that she was powerless to aid him. He took a plain room for a studio, painted some scenes for a society of amateur actors, and commenced 2 pictures, Ruth gleaning in the field of Boaz, and the feast of Belshazzar. One Sunday some vicious boys broke into the studio, mixed the paints, broke the brushes, and cut the paintings in pieces. Learning that the boys were poor, Cole could not bear to prosecute them, and the matter was dropped. He soon departed to Pittsburgh, whither his parents had moved, and began to assist his father in making floor cloths. Every moment of leisure he was down by the banks of the Monongahela, carefully drawing tree, or cloud, or hilltop. Finally the longings became irresistible. He packed his little trunk, his mother threw over his shoulders the tablecloth, with her blessing and her tears, and with $6 in his purse, he said goodbye to the family and started for Philadelphia. Then followed, as he used to say in after years, the winter of his discontent. In a poor quarter of the city, in an upper room, without a bed or fire or furniture, struggled poor Thomas Cole. Timid, friendless, his only food a baker's roll and a pitcher of water, his only bedding at night the tablecloth, he worked day by day, now copying in the academy, and now ornamenting bellows, brushes, or Japan ware, with figures of birds or with flowers. Sometimes he ran down a neighboring alley, whipping his hands about him to keep his blood in circulation, lest he be benumbed. He soon became the victim of inflammatory rheumatism, and was a great sufferer. He still saw before him, some way, somehow, renown. Meantime his pure, noble soul found solace in writing poetry and an occasional story for the Saturday Evening Post. After a year and a half, he put his goods on a wheelbarrow, had them carried to the station, and started for New York, whither his family had moved. He was now 24. Life had been one continuous struggle. Still he loved each beauty in nature, and hoped for the good time to come. In his father's garret in Greenwich Street, in a room so narrow that he could scarcely work, and so poorly lighted that he was perpetually fighting a kind of twilight, he labored for 2 years. Obstacles seemed but to increase his determination to persevere. Oh, such grand material our heroes made! His first 5 pictures were placed for exhibition in the shop of an acquaintance, and were sold at $8 apiece. Through the courtesy of a gentleman who purchased 3 of these, he was enabled to go up the Hudson and sketch from nature among the Catskills. This was indeed a great blessing. On his return he painted A View of Fort Putnam, Lake with Dead Trees, and The Falls of the Catskills. These were purchased for $25 apiece by 3 artists, Trumbull, Dunlap, and Durand. Trumbull first discovered the merits of the pictures, buying the Falls for his studio, and invited Cole to meet Durand at his rooms. At the hour appointed the sensitive artist made his appearance, so timid that at first he could only reply to their cordial questioning by monosyllables. Colonel Trumbull said, "You surprise me at your age to paint like this. You have already done what I, with all my years and experience, am yet unable to do." Through the new friends, attention was called to his work, and he soon had abundant commissions. How his hungry heart must have fed on this appreciation! From that time, says his friend William Cullen Bryant, he had a fixed reputation, and was numbered among the men of whom our country had reason to be proud. I well remember what an enthusiasm was awakened by these early works of his. The delight which was expressed at the opportunity of contemplating pictures which carried the eye over scenes of wild grandeur peculiar to our country, over our arid mountain tops with their mighty growth of forest never touched by the axe, along the banks of streams never deformed by culture, and into the depth of skies, bright with the hues of our own climate, such skies as few but Cole could ever paint, and through the transparent abysses of which it seemed that you might send an arrow out of sight. The struggles were not all over, but the renown of which the calico designer had dreamed had actually come. Down in the heart of Mary Cole there must have been deep thanksgiving that she had urged him on. He, with a few others, now founded the National Academy of Design. He took lodgings in the Catskills in the summer of 1826 and worked diligently. He studied nature like a lover. Now he sketched a peculiar sunset, now a wild storm, now an exquisite waterfall. Why do not the younger landscape painters walk alone and endlessly, he used to say. How I have walked, day after day, and all alone, to see if there was not something among the old things which was new. He knew every chasm, every velvety bank, every dainty flower growing in some tanglewood for miles around. American scenery, with its untamed wilderness, lake and mountain, was his chief passion. He found no pleasure, however, in hunting or fishing, for his kind heart could not bear to inflict the slightest injury. The following spring he exhibited at the National Academy the Garden of Eden and the Expulsion, rich in poetic conception, and in the fall sketched in the White Mountains, especially near North Conway, which the lamented Star King loved so well. In the winter he was very happy, finishing his Chocorua Peak. A visitor said, "Your clouds, sir, appear to move." "That," replied the artist, "is precisely the effect I desire." He was now eager to visit Europe to study art, but first he must see Niagara, of which he made several sketches. He had learned the secret that all poets and artists finally learn, that they must identify themselves with some great event in history, something grand in nature, or some immortal name. Milton chose a sublime subject, Homer a great war, just as some one will make our Civil War a famous epic 2 centuries hence. In June 1829 he sailed for Europe, and there, for 2 years, studied faithfully. In London he saw much of Turner, of whom he said, "I consider him as one of the greatest landscape painters that ever lived, and his Temple of Jupiter as fine as anything the world has produced. In landscapes, my favorites are Claude Lorraine and Gaspar Poussin." Some of Cole's work was exhibited at the British Gallery, but the autumn coloring was generally condemned as false to nature. How little we know about what we have not seen! Paris he enjoyed greatly for its clear skies and sunny weather, essentials usually to those of poetic temperament, though he was not overly pleased with the Venuses and Psyches of modern French art. For 9 months he found the galleries of Florence a paradise to a painter. He thought our skies more gorgeous than the Italian, though theirs have a peculiar softness and beauty. At Rome, some of his friends said, "Cole works like a crazy man." He usually rose at 5 o'clock, worked till noon, taking an hour for eating and rest, and then sketched again till night. There was a reason for this. The support of the family came upon him, besides the payment of debts incurred by his father. He felt that every hour was precious. In Rome he found the Pantheon simple and grand, the Apollo Belvedere the most perfect of human productions, while the Venus de Medici has the excellence of feminine form, destitute in a great measure of intellectual expression; the Transfiguration, beautiful in color and chiaroscuro; and Michelangelo's Moses, one of the things never to be forgotten. On his return to New York, he took rooms at the corner of Wall Street and Broadway. Here he won the friendship of Luman Reed, for whom he promised to paint pictures for 1 room, to cost $5,000. The chief pictures for Mr. Reed, who died before their completion, were 5, called The Course of Empire, representing man in different phases of savage life, high civilization, and ruin through sin, the idea coming to him while in Rome. Of this group, Cooper, the novelist, said, "I consider The Course of Empire the work of the highest genius this country has ever produced, and one of the noblest works of art that has ever been wrought." In November 1836 Mr. Cole was married to Maria Bartow, a young lady of refinement and loveliness of character. Soon after, both his parents died. The Departure and Return were now painted, among his noblest works, says Bryant, followed by the Voyage of Life, for Mr. Samuel Ward, who, like Mr. Reed, died before the set was finished. This series was sold in 1876 for $3,100. These pictures he had worked upon with great care and intensity. He used to say, "Genius was but one wing, and, unless sustained on the other side by the well-regulated wing of assiduity, will quickly fall to the ground. The artist must work always. His eye and mind can work even when his pen is idle. He must, like a musician, draw a circle round him and exclude all intrusive spirits. And above all, if he would attain that serene atmosphere of mind in which float the highest conceptions of the soul, in which the sublimest works have been produced, he must be possessed of a holy and reasonable faith." The Voyage of Life was well received. The engraver, Mr. Smiley, found one morning before the second of the series, Youth, a person in middle life looking as though in deep thought. "Sir," he said at length, "I am a stranger in the city and in great trouble of mind, but the sight of these pictures has done me great good. I go away from this place quieted, and much strengthened to do my duty." In 1841, worn in health, Cole determined to visit Europe again. He wrote from Kenilworth Castle to his wife, "Every flower and mass of ivy, every picturesque effect, wakened my regret that you were not by my side. How can I paint without you to praise or to criticize, and little Teddy to come for papa to go to dinner, and little Mary with her black eyes to come and kiss the figures in the pictures? My life will be burdened with sadness until I return to my wife and family." In Rome he received much attention, as befitted one in his position. On his return he painted several European scenes, the Roman Campagna, angels ministering to Christ in the wilderness, Mountain Ford, sold in 1876 for $900, The Good Shepherd, Hunter's Return, Mill at Sunset, and many others. For his Mount Etna, painted in 5 days, he received $500. How different these days from that pitiful winter in Philadelphia! He dreaded interruptions in his work. His St. John the Baptist in the Wilderness was destroyed by an unexpected visit from some ladies and gentlemen who quenched the fire of heart in which he was working. He sorrowfully turned the canvas to the wall and never finished it. He had now come to the zenith of his power, yet he modestly said, "I have only learned how to paint." He built a new studio in the Catskills, in the Italian villa style, and hoped to erect a gallery for several paintings he had in contemplation, illustrating the cross and the world, and the immortality of the soul. But the overworked body at 47 years of age could no longer bear the strain. On Saturday, February 5, 1848, he laid his colors under water and cleansed his palette as he left his studio. The next day he was seized with inflammation of the lungs. The following Friday, after the communion service at his bedside, he said, "I want to be quiet." These were his last words. The tired artist had finished his work. The voyage of life was over. He had won enduring fame. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Ole Bull. In the quaint old town of Bergen, Norway, so strange with its narrow streets, peculiar costumes, and open-hearted people that no traveler can ever forget it, was born, February 5, 1810, Ole Bull, the oldest in a family of 10 children. His father was an able chemist, and his mother was a woman of fine manners and much intelligence. All the relatives were musical, and at the little gatherings for the purpose of cultivating this talent, the child Ole would creep under table or sofa, and listen enraptured for hours, often receiving a whipping when discovered. He loved music intensely, fancying when he played alone in the meadows that he heard nature sing as the bluebells were moved among the grasses by the wind. When he was 4 years old, his uncle gave him a yellow violin, which he kissed with great delight, learning the notes at the same time as his primer. Although forbidden to play till study hours were over, he sometimes disobeyed, and was punished both at home and at school. Finally, at 8, through the good sense of his mother, a music teacher was provided, and his father bought him a new red violin. The child could not sleep for thinking of it, so the first night after its purchase he stole into the room where it lay, in his night clothes, to take one peep at the precious thing. He said, years after, with tears in his eyes at the painful remembrance, "The violin was so red, and the pretty pearl screws did smile at me so. I pinched the strings just a little with my fingers. It smiled at me ever more and more. I took up the bow, and looked at it. It said to me it would be very pleasant to try it across the strings. So I did try it, just a very, very little, and it did sing to me so sweetly. At first I did play very soft, but presently I did begin a capriccio, which I like very much, and it did go ever louder and louder, and I forgot that it was midnight, and that everybody was asleep. Presently I hear something crack, and the next minute I feel my father's whip across my shoulders. My little red violin dropped on the floor, and was broken. I wept much for it, but it did no good. They did have a doctor to it next day, but it never recovered its health." Pitiful it is that sometimes parents are so lacking in judgment as to stifle the best things in a child's nature. Guiding is wise, forcing usually ends in disaster. In 2 years Ole could play pieces which his teacher found it impossible to perform. He began to compose melodies, imitating nature in the song of birds, brooks, and the roar of waterfalls, and he would hide in caves or in clumps of bushes where he could play his own weird improvisations. When he could not make his violin do as he wished, he would fling it away impetuously, and not touch it again for a long time. Then he would perhaps get up in the middle of the night, and play at his open window, forgetting that anybody might be awakened by it. Sometimes he played incessantly for days, scarcely eating or sleeping. He had no pleasure in fishing or shooting, on account of the pain inflicted, a feeling seemingly common to noble and refined natures, though he greatly enjoyed anything athletic. At 14, having heard of Paganini, he went to his grandparent, of whom he was very fond, and said, "Dear grandmother, can't I have some of Paganini's music?" "Don't tell any one," was the reply, "but I will try to buy a piece of his for you, if you are a good child." Shortly after this an old miser, of whom the Bergen boys were afraid, called Ole to his house one day as he was passing, and said, "Are you the boy that plays the fiddle?" "Yes, sir." "Then come with me. I have a fiddle I bought in England, that I want to show you." The fiddle needed a bridge and sounding post, and these the boy gladly whittled out, and then played for the old man his favorite air, "God Save the King." He was treated to cakes and milk, and promised to come again. The next afternoon, what was his surprise to receive 4 pairs of doves, and a blue ribbon around the neck of one, and a card attached bearing the name of Ole Bull. This present was more precious than the diamonds he received in later years from the hands of royalty. Ole's father, with a practical turn of mind, urged him to become a clergyman, as he honored that profession, and well knew that music and art usually furnish a small bank account. A private tutor, Musaeus by name, was therefore engaged. This man had the unique habit of kneeling down to pray before he whipped a boy, and asking that the punishment might redound to the good of the lad. He soon made up his mind that Ole's violin and theology were incompatible, and forbade his playing it. Ole and his brothers bore his harsh methods as long as possible, when one morning at 4:30, as the teacher was dragging the youngest boy out of bed, Ole sprang upon him and gave him a vigorous beating. The smaller boys put their heads out from under their bedclothes and cried out, "Don't give up, Ole! Don't give up! Give it to him with all your might!" The whole household soon appeared upon the scene, and though little was said, the private feeling seemed to be that a salutary lesson had been imparted. At 18, Ole was sent to the University of Christiana, his father beseeching him that he would not yield to his passion for music. On his arrival, some Bergen students asked him to play for a charitable association. "But," said Ole, "my father has forbidden me to play." "Would your father prevent you doing an act of charity?" "Well, this alters the case a little, and I can write him and claim his pardon." After this he played nearly all night at the home of one of the professors, saying to himself that his father would be pleased if the faculty liked him, and the next morning failed in his Latin examinations. In despair he stated the case to the professor, who replied, "My good fellow, this is the very best thing that could have happened to you. Do you believe yourself fitted for a curacy in Finnmark, or a mission among the Lapps? Certainly not. It is the opinion of your friends that you should travel abroad. Meanwhile, old Thrain having been taken ill, you are appointed ad interim musical director of the Philharmonic and Dramatic Societies." A month later, by the death of Thrain, he came into this position, having gained the pardon of his disappointed father. But he was restless at Christiana. He desired to know whether he really had genius or not, and determined to go to Cassel to see Louis Sofer, who was considered a master. The great man was not sufficiently great to be interested in an unknown lad, and coolly said, when Ole remarked politely, "I have come more than 500 miles to hear you." "Very well, you can now go to Nordhausen. I am to attend a music festival there." Ole went to the festival, and was so disappointed because the methods and interpretation were different from his own, that he resolved to go back to classic studies, feeling that he had no genius for music. Still he was not satisfied. He would go to Paris, and hear Berlioz and the other great men. Giving 3 concerts at Trondhjem and Bergen, by which he made $500, he found himself in possession of the needed funds. When he arrived in this great city, everybody was eagerly looking out for himself. Some were in pursuit of pleasure, but most, as the case everywhere, were in pursuit of bread and shelter. Nobody cared to hear his violin. Nobody cared about his recommendations from far off Norway. In vain he tried to make engagements. He had no one to speak for him, and the applicants were numberless. Madame Malibran was singing nightly to crowded houses, and the poor violinist would now and then purchase one of the topmost seats, and listen to that marvelous voice. His money was gradually melting away. Finally, an elderly gentleman who boarded at the same house, having begged him to take what little money he possessed out of the bank, as it was not a safe place, stole every cent, together with Ole's clothes, and left him entirely destitute. An acquaintance now told him of a boarding place where there were several music teachers, and gave security for his board for 1 month, $12. Soon the friend and the boarding mistress grew cold and suspicious. Nothing tries friendship like asking the loan of money. At last his condition becoming known to a person, whom he afterward learned was Vidocq, the noted chief of police, he was shown by him to a gaming table, where he made $160. What a horrid pleasure to hold in the hand one's own soul saved by the spoil of others! He could not gamble again, though starvation actually stared him in the face. Cholera was sweeping through the city, and had taken 2 persons from the house where he lodged. He was again penniless and well nigh despairing, but he would not go back to Christiana. The river Seine looked inviting, and he thought death would be a relief. He was nervous, and his brain throbbed. Finally he saw a placard in the window, "Furnished rooms to let." He was exhausted, but would make one more effort. An elderly lady answered his query by saying that they had no vacant rooms, when her pretty granddaughter, Alexandrine Felice, called out, "Look at him, grandmamma." Putting on her glasses, the tears filled her eyes as she saw a striking resemblance to her son who had died. The next day found him at Madame Villeminot's house, very ill of brain fever. When he regained consciousness, she assured him that he need not worry about the means for payment. When, however, the musical lyceum of Christiana learned of his struggles, they sent him $800. Becoming acquainted about this time with M. Lacour, a dealer in violins, who thought he had discovered that a certain kind of varnish would increase sweetness of tone, Ole Bull was requested to play on one of his instruments at a soirée given by a duke of the Italian legation. An elegant company were present. The intense heat soon brought out the odor of asafoetida in the varnish. The young man became embarrassed, and then excited, and played as though beside himself. The player was advertised, whether M. Lacour's instruments were or not; for Marshal Ney's son, the Duke of Montebello, at once invited him to breakfast, and presided over a concert for him, whereby the violinist made $300. The tide had turned at last, and little Felice Villeminot had done it with her "Look at him, grandmamma." As the Grand Opera was still closed to him, he made a concert tour through Switzerland and Italy. In Milan, one of the musical journalists said, "He is not master of himself. He has no style. He is an untrained musician. If he be a diamond, he is certainly in the rough and unpolished." Ole Bull went at once to the publisher, and asked him who had written the article. "If you want the responsible person," said the editor, "I am he." "No," said the artist, "I have not come to call the writer to account, but to thank him. The man who wrote that article understands music. But it is not enough to tell me my faults, he must tell me how to rid myself of them." "You have the spirit of the true artist," replied the journalist. The same evening he took Ole Bull to the critic, a man over 70, from whom he learned much that was valuable. He at once gave 6 months to study under able masters, before again appearing in public. He was, however, an earnest student all through life, never being satisfied with his attainments. At Venice he was highly praised, but at Bologna he won the celebrity which continued through his life. Malibran was to sing in 2 concerts, but feigned illness when she learned that the man she loved, de Barrot, was to receive the smaller sum than herself, and would not appear. The manager of the theatre was in despair. Meantime, in a poor hotel in an upper room, Ole Bull was composing his concerto in the daytime, and playing on his violin at night by his open window. Rossini's first wife heard the music, and said, "It must be a violin, but a divine one. There will be a substitute for de Barrot and Malibran. I must go and tell Zampieri," the manager. On the night of the concert, after Ole Bull had been 2 hours in bed from weariness, Zampieri arrived, and asked him to improvise. He was delighted, and exclaiming, "Malibran may now have her headaches," hurried the young artist off to the theatre. The audience was of course cold and disappointed, till Ole Bull began to play. Then the people seemed to hold their breath. When the curtain fell, he almost swooned with exhaustion, but the house shook with applause. Flowers were showered upon him. He was immediately engaged for the next concert. A large theatre was offered him free of expense, one man buying 100 tickets, and the admiring throng drew his carriage to the hotel, while a procession with torchlights acted as guard of honor. Ole Bull had stepped into the glory of fame in a single night. Henceforth, while there was to be much of trial and disappointment, as come to all, he was to be forever the idol of 2 continents, drawing crowded houses, honored by the great, and universally mourned at his death. He had come to fame as by accident, but he had made himself worthy of fame. Malibran at first seemed hurt at his wonderful success in her stead, but she soon became one of his warmest friends, saying, "It is your own fault that I did not treat you as you deserved. A man like you should step forth with head erect in the full light of day, that we may recognize his noble blood." From here he played with great success at Florence and Rome, at the latter city composing his celebrated Polacca Guerriera in a single night, writing till 4 o'clock in the morning. It was first conceived while he stood alone at Naples, at midnight, watching Mount Vesuvius aflame. Returning to Paris, he found the Grand Opera open to him. Here, at his first performance, his A string snapped. He turned deathly pale, but he transposed the remainder of the piece, and finished it on 3 strings. Meyerbeer, who was present, could not believe it possible that the string had really broken. He was now 26, famous and above want. What more fitting than he should marry pretty Felice Villeminot, and share with her the precious life she had saved? They were married in the summer of 1836, and their love was a beautiful and enduring one until her death 26 years afterward. Though absent from her much of the time necessarily, his letters breathe a pure and ardent affection. Going to England soon after, and being at the house of the Duke of Devonshire at Chatsworth, he writes, "How long does the time seem that deprives me of seeing you? I embrace you tenderly. The word home has above all others the greatest charm for me." In London, from 3,000 to 7,000 persons crowded to hear him. The Times said, "His command of the instrument, from the top to the bottom of the scale, and he has a scale of his own of 3 complete octaves on each string, is absolutely perfect." At Liverpool he received $4,000 for a single night, taking the place of Malibran, who had brought on a hemorrhage resulting in death by forcing a tone, and holding it so long that the audience were astonished. Ole Bull came near to sharing her fate. In playing Polacha, the hall being large and the orchestra too strong, he ruptured a blood vessel, and his coat had to be cut from him. In 16 months he gave 274 concerts in the United Kingdom. Afterwards, at St. Petersburg, he played to 5,000 persons, the Emperor sending him an autograph letter of affection, and the Empress an emerald ring set with 140 diamonds. Shortly after this his father died, speaking with pride of Ole, and thinking he heard divine music. On his return to Norway, at the request of the king, he gave 5 concerts at Stockholm, the last netting him $5,000. So moved was the king when Ole Bull played before him at the palace, that he rose and stood till the Polacha was finished. He presented the artist with the Order of Vasa, set in brilliants. In Christiania the students gave him a public dinner, and crowned him with laurel. He often played for the peasants here and in Bergen, and was beloved by the poor as by the rich. At Copenhagen he was presented at court, the king giving him a snuff box set in diamonds. Hans Andersen became his devoted friend, as did Thorwaldsen while he was in Rome. He now went to Cassel, and Sofer hastened to show him every attention, as though to make amends for the coldness when Ole Bull was poor and unknown. At Salzburg he invited the wife of Mozart to his concerts. For her husband he had surprising admiration. He used to say that no mortal could write Mozart's Requiem and live. While in Hungary, his first child, Ole, died. He wrote his wife, "God knows how much I have suffered. I still hope and work, not for myself, for you, my family, my country, my Norway, of which I am proud." All this time he was working very hard. He said, "I must correspond with the directors of the theaters, must obtain information regarding the people with whom I am to deal. I must make my appointments for concerts and rehearsals, have my music copied, correct the scores, compose, play, travel nights. I am always cheated, and in everlasting trouble. I reproach myself when everything does not turn out for the best, and am consumed with grief. I really believe I should succumb to all these demands and fatigues if it were not for my drinking cold water and bathing in it every morning and evening." In November, 1843, urged by Fanny Ellsler, he visited America. At first, in New York, some of the prominent violinists opposed him, but he steadily made his way. When Mr. James Gordon Bennett offered him the columns of the Herald that he might reply to those who were assailing him, he said in his broken English, "I tink, Mr. Bennett, it is best te writes against me, and I plays against tem." Of his playing in New York, Mrs. Lydia Maria Child wrote, "His bow touched the strings as if in sport, and brought forth light leaps of sound, with electric rapidity, yet clear in their distinctness. He played on 4 strings at once, and produced the rich harmony of 4 instruments. While he was playing, the rustling of a leaf might have been heard, and when he closed, the tremendous bursts of applause told how the hearts of thousands leaped like one. His first audience were beside themselves with delight, and the orchestra threw down their instruments in ecstatic wonder." From New York he took a successful trip south. That he was not effeminate while deeply poetic, a single incident will show. After a concert, a man came to him and said he wished the diamond in his violin bow, given him by the Duke of Devonshire. Ole Bull replied that as it was a gift he could neither sell it nor give it away. "But I am going to have that stone," said the man, as he drew a bowie knife from his coat. In an instant Ole Bull had felled the man to the floor with the edge of his hand across his throat. "The next time I would kill you," said the musician, with his foot on the man's chest, "but you may go now." So much did the ruffian admire the muscle and skill of the artist, that he begged him to accept the knife which he had intended to use upon him. During this visit to America he gave 200 concerts, netting him, said the New York Herald, fully $80,000, besides $20,000 given to charitable associations, and $15,000 paid to assistant artists. No artist has ever visited our country and received so many honors. Poems by the hundreds have been written to him. Gold vases, pencils, medals, have been presented to him by various corporations. His whole remarkable appearance in this country is really unexampled in glory and fame, said the newspaper. Ole Bull was kindness itself to the sick or afflicted. Now he played for Alice and Phoebe Cary, when unable to leave their home, and now for insane and blind asylums and at hospitals. He loved America, and called himself her adopted son. On his return to Norway, after great success in Spain, the Queen bestowing upon him the order of Charles III. And the Portuguese order of Christus, he determined to build a national theatre in Bergen, his birthplace, for the advancement of his nation in the drama and in music. By great energy, and the bestowal of a large sum of money, the place was opened in 1850, Ole Bull leading the orchestra. But the Storthing, or Parliament, declined to give it a yearly appropriation. Perhaps the development of home talent tended too strongly toward republicanism. The burden was too great for one man to carry, and the project did not prove a success. The next plan of the philanthropist musician was to buy 125,000 acres of land on the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania, and found a new Norway, consecrated to liberty, baptized with independence, and protected by the Union's mighty flag. Soon 300 houses were built, a country inn, store, and church erected by the founder. To pay the thousands needed for this enterprise, he worked constantly at concert giving, taking scarcely time to eat his meals. He laid out 5 new villages, made arrangements with the government to cast cannon for her fortresses, and took out patents for a new smelting furnace. While in California, where he was ill with yellow fever, a crushing blow fell upon him. He learned that he had purchased the land through a swindling company. His title was invalid, and his fortune was lost. He could only buy enough land to protect those who had already come from Norway and had settled there, and soon became deeply involved in lawsuits. The Hon. E.W. Stoughton of New York, who had never met Ole Bull personally, volunteered to assist him, and a few thousands were wrested from the defrauding agent. On his return to Norway, he was accused of speculating with the funds of his countrymen, which cut him to the heart. A little later, in 1862, his wife died, worn with ill health and with her husband's misfortunes, and his son Thorvald fell from the mast of a sailing vessel in the Mediterranean and was killed. In the autumn of 1868 he returned to America, and nearly lost his life in a steamboat collision on the Ohio. He swam to land, saving also his precious violin. 2 years afterward he was married to Miss Thorpe of Madison, Wisconsin, an accomplished lady much his junior in years, who has lived to write an admirable life of her illustrious husband. A daughter, Olia, came to gladden his home 2 years later. When he was 66 years old, he celebrated his birthday by playing his violin on the top of the great pyramid, Cheops, at the suggestion of King Oscar of Norway and Sweden. In the centennial year he returned to America, and made his home at Cambridge, in the house of James Russell Lowell, while he was minister to England. Here he enjoyed the friendship of such as Longfellow, who says of him, in his Tales of a Wayside Inn, "The angel with the violin, painted by Raphael, he seemed; and when he played, the atmosphere was filled with magic, and the ear caught echoes of that harp of gold, whose music has so weird a sound, the hunted stag forgot to bound, the leaping rivulet backwards rolled, the birds came down from bush and tree, the dead came from beneath the sea, the maiden to the harper's knee." The friend of the highest, he never forgot the lowest. When a colored barber in Hartford, a lad who was himself a good fiddler, heard Ole Bull play, the latter having sent him a ticket to his concert, he said, "Mister, can't you come down to the shop to morrow to get shaved, and show me those tricks? I feel powerful bad." And Ole Bull went to the shop, and showed him how the wonderful playing was accomplished. In 1880 Ole Bull sailed, for the last time, to Europe, to his lovely home at Lyso, an island in the sea, 18 miles from Bergen. Ill on the voyage, he was thankful to reach the cherished place. Here, planned by his own hand, was his elegant home overlooking the ocean. Here his choice music room, upheld by delicate columns and curiously wrought arches. Here the shell rooms he had built, and here the flower beds he had planted. The end came soon, on a beautiful day full of sunshine. The body lay in state in the great music room, till a large steamer came to bear it to Bergen. This was met by a convoy of 16 steamers, ranged on either side; and as the fleet approached the city, all flags were at half mast, and guns were fired, which re echoed through the mountains. The quay was covered with juniper, and the whole front festooned with green. As the boat touched the shore, one of Ole Bull's inimitable melodies was played. Young girls dressed in black bore the trophies of his success, and distinguished men carried his gold crown and order in the procession. The streets were strewn with flowers, and showered upon the coffin. When the service had been read at the grave by the pastor, Björnson, the famous author, gave an address. After the coffin had been lowered and the mourners had departed, hundreds of peasants came, bringing a green bough, a sprig of fern, or a flower, and quite filled the grave. Beautiful tribute to a beautiful life. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne Spiegel. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 25. Meissonier. The old maxim that the gods reward all things to labor has had fit illustration in Meissonier. He has been a life of constant, unvaried toil. He came to Paris a poor, unknown boy, and has worked over 50 years till he stands a master in French art. Jean-Louis Ernest Meissonier was born at Lyons in 1811. His early life was passed in poverty so grinding that the great artist never speaks of it, and in such obscurity that scarcely anything is known of his boyhood. At 19 he came to Paris to try his fate in one of the great centers of the world. He, of course, found no open doors, nobody standing ready to assist genius. Genius must ever open doors for itself. The lad was a close observer, and had learned to draw accurately. He could give every variety of costume, and express almost any emotion in the face of his subject. But he was unknown. He might do good work, but nobody wanted it. He used to paint by the side of Dubonnier in the Louvre, it is said, for $1 a yard. Now his Amateurs in Painting, a chef d'oeuvre of 6 inches in size, is bought by Leoncé for $6,000. Such is fame. Time was so necessary in this struggle for bread that he could sleep only every other night, and for 6 months his finances were so low, it is stated, that he existed on 10 cents a week. No wonder that the sorrows of those days are never mentioned. His earliest work was painting the tops of bonbon boxes and fans. Once he grew brave enough to take 4 little sepia drawings to an editor to illustrate a fairy tale in a magazine for children. The editor said the drawings were charming, but he could not afford to have them engraved, and so returned them with thanks. His first illustrations in some unknown journal were scenes from the life of the Old Bachelor. In the first picture he is represented making his toilet before the mirror, his wig spread out on the table. In the second, dining with 2 friends. In the third, being abused by his housekeeper. In the fourth, on his deathbed, surrounded by greedy relations. And in the fifth, the servants ransacking the death chamber for the property. For a universal history he drew figures of Isaiah, St. Paul, and Charlemagne, besides almost numberless ornamental letters and headings of chapters. Of course he longed for more remunerative work, for fame, but he must plod on for months yet. He worked conscientiously, taking the greatest pains with every detail. His first picture, exhibited in 1833, when he was 22, called The Visitors, an interior view of a house, with an old gentleman receiving 2 visitors, all dressed in the costume of James I, admirable for its light and shade, was bought by the Society of the Friends of Art for $20. 2 years later he made illustrations of the Bible for the Sieur Raymond, of Holofernes invading Judea, and Judith appearing before Holofernes. For Paul and Virginia he made 43 beautiful landscapes. They contain evidence of long and careful work in the hothouses of the Jardin des Plantes, and in the front of the old bric-a-brac dealer's stalls, which used to stand about the entrance to the Louvre. And how admirably, with the help of these slowly and scrupulously finished studies, could he reproduce, in an ornamental letter or floral ornament, a lily broken by the storm, or a sheaf of Indian arms and musical instruments. In 1836 his Chess Players, two men watching intently the moves of chess, and The Little Messenger attracted a crowd of admirers. Each sold for $20. He had now struggled for 6 years in Paris. It was high time that his unremitting and patient work should find approval. The people were amazed at so vast an amount of labor in so small a space. They looked with their magnifying glasses and found the work exquisite in detail. They had been accustomed to great canvases, glowing colors, and heroic or romantic sentiments, but here there was wonderful workmanship. When the people began to admire, critics began to criticize. They said, Meissonier can depict homelike or ordinary scenes, but not historic. He said nothing, but soon brought out Diderot among the philosophers, Grimm, D'Alembert, Baron Holbach, and others in the 17th century. Then they said he can draw interiors only, and on canvas not much larger than his thumbnail. He soon produced the Portrait of the Sergeant, one of the most daring experiments in the painting of light in modern art. The man stands out there in the open by himself, literally bathed in light, and he makes a perfect picture. Then they were sure that he could not paint movement. He replied by painting Rixey, two ruffians who are striving to fight, but are withheld by friends. This was given by Louis Napoleon to the Prince Consort. Meissonier also showed that he could depict great scenes, by Moreau and Dessolles on the eve of the battle of Hohenlinden, the retreat from Russia, and the Emperor as Solferino. Into these he put his admiration for Napoleon the Great, and his adoration for his defeated country. In the former picture, the two generals are standing on a precipice, surveying the snow-covered battlefield with a glass. The trees are bending under a strong wind, and the cloaks of the generals are fluttering behind them. One feels the power of this picture. In painting The Retreat from Russia, the artist borrowed the identical coat worn by Napoleon, and had it copied, crease for crease and button for button. When I painted that picture, he said, I executed a great portion of it out of doors. It was midwinter, and the ground was covered with snow. Sometimes I sat at my easel for 5 or 6 hours together, endeavoring to seize the exact aspect of the winter atmosphere. My servant placed a hot foot-stove under my feet, which he renewed from time to time, but I used to get half frozen and terribly tired. He had a wooden horse made in imitation of the white charger of the emperor, and seating himself on this, he studied his own figure in a mirror. His studies for this picture were almost numberless: a horse's head, an uplifted leg, cuirasses, helmets, models of horses in red wax, etc. He also prepared a miniature landscape, strewn with white powder resembling snow, with models of heavy wheels running through it, that he might study the furrow made in that terrible march home from burning Moscow. All this was work, hard, patient, exacting work. It had now become evident to the world, and to the critics as well, that Meissonier was a master, that he was not confined to small canvases, nor home scenes. In 1855 he received the Grand Medal. In 1856 he was made an officer of the Legion of Honor. In 1861 a member of the Institute, and in 1867 at the International Exhibition he received the Grand Medal again. When the prizes were given by the Emperor, the Battle of Solferino was placed in the center of the space cleared for the ceremony, with the works of Reimers, the Russian painter, Knowles of Prussia, Rousseau, the French landscape painter, and others. This painting represents Napoleon III in front of his staff, looking upon the battle as a cool chess player studies a chessboard. On the right, in the foreground, some artillerymen are maneuvering their guns. The corpses of a French soldier and 2 white Austrians, torn to rags by some explosion, show where the battle has passed by. Meissonier's paintings now brought enormous prices. His Marshal Saxe and his staff brought $8,600 in New York. The soldiers at cards in 1876, in the same city, $11,500. In 1867 his Cavalry Charge was sold to Mr. Probasco of Cincinnati for $30,000, and the battlefield of Friedland, upon which he is said to have worked for 15 years, to A.T. Stewart of New York for $60,000. Every figure in this was drawn from life, and the horses molded in wax. It represents Napoleon on horseback, on a slight elevation, his marshals grouped around him, holding aloft his cocked hat in salutation, as the soldiers pass hurriedly before him. Edmund About once wrote, "To cover M. and Monseigneur's pictures with gold pieces would simply be to buy them for nothing, and the practice has now been established of covering them with bank notes." The blacksmith, shoeing a patient old cart horse, perfect in anatomy; La Halte, some soldiers at an inn now in Hertford House Gallery, and La Barricade, a souvenir of the Civil War, are among the favorite pictures of this famous man. And yet as one looks at some of the exquisite work about a convivial scene, the words of the great Boston painter, William Hunt, come to mind. Being shown a picture, very fine in technique, by a Munich artist, of a drunken man holding a half-filled glass of wine, he said, "It is skillfully done, but what is the use of doing it? The subject isn't worthy of the painter." Rarely does a woman appear in Meissonier's pictures. He has done nothing to deprave morals, which is more than can be said of some French art. His portrait of Madame Henri Thénard was greatly admired, while that of Mrs. Mackay was not satisfactory, and was said to have been destroyed by her. Few persons, however, can afford to destroy a Meissonier. When told once that "he was a fortunate man, as he could possess as many Meissoniers as he pleased," he replied, "No, no, I cannot. That would ruin me. They are a great deal too dear." He lives in the Boulevard Malesherbes, near the lovely Parc Monceau, in the heart of the artists' quarter in Paris. His handsome home, designed by himself in every detail, is of the Italian Renaissance style. He has 2 studies, one a quiet nook where he can escape interruptions, and one very large, where are gathered masterpieces from every part of the world. Here is a courtyard in the time of Louis XIII., brilliantly crowded with figures in gala dress, a bride of the same period, stepping into an elegant carriage of a crimson color, for which Meissonier had a miniature model built by a coachmaker, to study from. A superb work of Titian, a figure of an Italian woman in a robe of green velvet, the classic outline of her head shown against a crimson velvet curtain in the background. A sketch of Bonaparte on horseback, at the head of his picturesquely dressed staff, reviewing the young conscripts of the army of Italy, who are cheering as he passes, and many more valuable pictures. Here, too, are bridles of black leather, with silver ornaments, once the property of Murat. One picture here, of especial interest, was painted at his summer house at Poissy, when his house was crowded with German soldiers in the war of 1871. To escape their company, says M. Clarty, in the rage that he experienced at the national defeat, he shut himself up in his studio, and threw upon the canvas the most striking, the most vivid, the most avenging of allegories. He painted Paris, enveloped in a veil of mourning, defending herself against the enemy, with her soldiers and her dying grouped round a tattered flag, sailors, officers, and fusiliers, soldiers, National Guards, suffering women, and dying children. And, hovering in the air above them, with a Prussian eagle by her side, was Famine, wan and haggard Famine, accomplishing the work that the bombardment had failed to achieve. His summer home, like the one in Paris, is fitted up luxuriously. He designed most of the furniture and the silver service for his table. Flowers, especially geraniums and tea roses, blossom in profusion about the grounds, while great trees and fountains make it a restful and inviting place. The walls of the dining room are hung with crimson and gold satin damask, against which are several of his own pictures. An engraver at work, clad in a red dressing gown, and seated in a room hung with ancient tapestry, has the face of his son Charles, also an artist, looking out from the frame. One of Madame Meissonier also adorns this room. Near by are his well-filled stables, his favorite horse, Rivoli, being often used for his model. He is equally fond of dogs, and has several expensive hounds. How strange all this, compared with those early days of pinching poverty. He is rarely seen in public, because he has learned, what, alas, some people learn too late in life, that there is no success without one commands his or her time. It must be frittered away neither by calls nor parties, neither by idle talk nor useless visits. Painting or writing for an hour a day never made greatness. Art and literature will give no masterships except to devotees. The young lady, sauntering down to look at ribbons, never makes a George Eliot. The young man, sauntering down to look at the buyers of ribbons, never makes a Meissonier. Nature is rigid in her laws. Her gifts only grow to fruitage in the hands of workers. Meissonier is now 74, with long gray beard and hair, round full face, and bright hazel eyes. His friend, Clarty, says of him, "This man, who lives in a palace, is as moderate as a soldier on the march. This artist, whose canvases are valued by the 500,000, is as generous as a nabob. He will give to a charity sale a picture worth the price of a house. Praised as he is by all, he has less conceit in his nature than a wholesale painter." January 31st, 1891, at his home in Paris, the great artist passed away. His illness was very brief. The funeral services took place at the Church of the Madeleine, which was thronged with the leaders of art and letters. An imposing military cortege accompanied the body to its last resting place at Poissy, the summer home of the artist, on the Seine, 10 miles from Versailles. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Smith. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 26. George W. Childs. The Public Ledger of Philadelphia and its owner are known the world over. Would we see the large-hearted, hospitable millionaire who has come to honor through his own industry? Let us enter the elegant building occupied by his newspaper. Every portion is interesting. The rooms where editors and assistants work are large, light, and airy, and as tasteful as parlors. Alas, how unhomelike and barren are some of the newspaper offices where gifted men toil from morning till night, with little time for sleep and still less for recreation. Mr. Childs has thought of the comfort and health of his workmen, for he too was a poor boy and knows what it is to labor. He has also been generous with his men in the matter of wages. He refused to reduce the rate of payment of his compositors, notwithstanding that the Typographical Union had formally sanctioned a reduction, and notwithstanding that the reduced scale was operative in every printing office in Philadelphia except his own. He said, "My business is prosperous. Why should not my man share in my prosperity?" The act of graciousness, while it endeared him to the hearts of his beneficiaries, was commented on most favorably at home and abroad. That his employees, in a formal interview with him, expressed their willingness to accept the reduced rates, simply augments the generosity of his act. Strikes among laborers would be few and far between if employers were like George W. Childs. Each person in his employ has a summer vacation of 2 or more weeks, his wages being continued meantime and paid in advance, with a liberal sum besides. On Christmas, every man, woman, and boy receives a present, amounting, of course, to many thousands of dollars annually. Mr. Childs has taken care of many who have become old or disabled in his service. The foreman of his composing room had worked for him less than 12 months before he failed in health. For years, this man has drawn his weekly pay, though never going to the establishment. This is indeed practical Christianity. Besides caring for the living, in 1868 this wise employer of labor purchased 2,000 feet in Woodlands for a printer's cemetery, and gave it to the Philadelphia Typographical Society, with a sum of money to keep the grounds in good order yearly. The first person buried beyond the handsome marble Gothic gateway was a destitute and aged printer who had died at the almshouse, and whose dying message to Mr. Childs was that he could not bear to fill a pauper's grave. His wish was cordially granted. But after seeing the admirable provision made for his workmen, we must enter the private office of Mr. Childs. He is most accessible to all, with no airs of superior position, welcoming persons from every clime daily. Between the hours of 11 and 1, he listens courteously to any requests, and then bids you make yourself at home in this elegant office that certainly has no superior in the world, perhaps no rival. The room itself, in the Queen Anne style, with exquisite wood carving, marble tiles, brass ornaments, and painted glass, is a gem. Here is his motto, a noble one and thoroughly American: Nil sin labor, and well his life has illustrated it. All honor to every man or woman who helps to make labor honored in this country. The design of the ceiling was suggested by a room in Coombe Abbey, Warwickshire, the seat of the Earls Craven, fitted up by one of its lords for the reception of Queen Elizabeth. Over a dozen valuable clocks are seen, one made in Amsterdam over 200 years ago, which besides the time of day gives the phases of the moon, the days of the week, and the month. Another clock constructed by David Rittenhouse, the astronomer of the Revolution in the old colonial days, which plays a great variety of music, has a little planetarium attached, and nearly 6,000 teeth and wheels. It was made for Joseph Potts, who paid $640 for it. The Spanish minister in 1778 offered $800 for it, that he might present it to his sovereign. Mr. Childs has about 50 rare clocks in his various homes, one of these costing $6,000. Here is a marble statuette of Savonarola, the Florentine preacher of the 15th century. The little green harp, which belonged to Tom Moore, and on which he used to play in the homes of the great, a colossal suite of antique French armoire, 150 years old. A miniature likeness of George Washington, handsomely encased in gold, bequeathed by him to a relative. A lock of his hair in the back of the picture. A miniature ship made from the wood of the Alliance frigate, the only one of our first navy, of the class of frigates which escaped capture or destruction during the Revolutionary War. This boat and a silver waiter, presented after the famous Battle of New Orleans, were both the property of President Jackson, and were taken by him to the Hermitage. Here also is a photograph of old Ironside Stewart in a frame made from the frigate Constitution, in which great victories were achieved, besides many portraits given by famous people with their autographs. After a delightful hour spent in looking at these choice things, Mr. Childs bids us take our choice of some rare china cups and saucers. We choose one dainty with red birds and carry it away as a pleasant remembrance of a princely giver in a princely apartment. Mr. Childs has had a most interesting history. Born in Baltimore, he entered the United States Navy at 13, where he remained for 15 months. At 14, he came to Philadelphia, poor, but with courage and a quick mind, and found a place to work in a bookstore. Here he remained for 4 years, doing his work faithfully and to the best of his ability. At the end of these years, he had saved a few $100 and opened a little store for himself in the Ledger Building, where the well-known newspaper, the Public Ledger, was published. He was ambitious, as who is not that comes to prominence, and one day he made the resolution that he would sometime be the owner of this great paper and its building. Probably had this resolution been known, his acquaintances would have regarded the youth as a little less than crazy, but the boy who willed this had a definite aim. Besides, he was never idle. He was economical. His habits were the best, and why should not such a boy succeed? In 3 years, when he was 21, he had become the head of a publishing house, Childs and Peterson. He had a keen sense of what the public needed. He brought out Kane's Arctic Expedition, from which the author, Dr. Kane, realized $70,000. 200,000 copies of Peterson's Familiar Science were sold. Allibone dedicated his great work, Dictionary of English and American Authors, to the energetic and appreciative young publisher. He had now acquired wealth sooner almost than he could have hoped. Before him were bright prospects as a publisher, but the prize that he had set out to win was to own the Public Ledger. The opportunity came in December 1864, but his paper was losing money. His friends advised against taking such a burden. He would surely fail, but Mr. Childs had faith in himself. He expected to win where others lost. He bought the property, doubled the subscription rates, lowered the advertising, excluded everything questionable from the columns of his paper, made his editorials brief yet comprehensive, until under his judicious management the journal reached a large circulation of 90,000 daily. For 10 years he has given the Ledger Almanac to every subscriber, costing $5,000 annually. The yearly profits, it is stated, have been $400,000. All this has not been accomplished without thought and labor. Fortune, of course, had come, and fame. He built homes, elegant ones, in Philadelphia and at Newport. But these are not simply places in which to spend money, but centers of hospitality and culture. His library is one of the most charming places in this country. The woodwork is carved ebony with gold, the bookshelves 6 feet high on every side, and the ceiling built in sunken panels, blue and gold. In the center is a table made from ebony brought from Africa by Paul du Chaillu. One looks with interest upon the handsome volumes of the standard authors, but other things are of deeper interest. Here is an original sermon of Reverend Cotton Mather, the poems of Leah Hunt, which he presented to Charles Dickens, the original manuscript of Nathaniel Hawthorne's Consular Experiences, the first edition of the Scarlet Letter, with a note to Mr. Childs from the great novelist Bryant's manuscript of the first book of the Iliad, James Russell Lowell's June Idyll, began in 1850 and finished 18 years afterward. The manuscript of James Fenimore Cooper's Life of Captain Richard Somers, and Edgar Allan Poe's Murders in the Rue Morgue, 17 pages of large paper, written small and close. Here is an autograph letter from Poe, in which he offers to his publishers 33 short stories, enough to fill 2 large volumes, on the terms which you allowed me before. That is, you receive all profits, and allow me 20 copies for distribution to friends. From this it seems that Poe had the usual struggles of literary people. One of the most unique things in the library is the manuscript of Our Mutual Friend, bound in fine brown morocco. The skeleton of the novel is written through several pages, showing how carefully Dickens thought out his plan and his characters. The paper is light blue, written over with dark blue ink, with many erasures and changes. Here are also 56 volumes of Dickens's work, with an autograph letter in each, from the author to Mr. Childs. Here is Lord Byron's desk on which he wrote Don Juan. Now we look upon the smallest book ever printed, Dante's Divina Commedia, bound in Turkey gilt, less than 2 1/4 inches long by 1 1/2 inches wide. The collection of Mr. and Ms. S. C. Hall, now the property of Mr. Childs, letters and manuscripts from Lamb, Hawthorne, Mary Somerville, Harriet Martineau, Coleridge, Wordsworth, Browning, and hundreds of others, is of almost priceless value. In 1879 Miss Hall gave the Bible of Tom Moore to Mr. Childs, an honored and much loved citizen of the United States, as the best and most valuable offering she could make to him, as a grateful tribute of respect, regard, and esteem. Another valuable book is made up of the portraits of the presidents, with an autograph letter from each. Dom Pedro Brazil sent in 1876 a work on his empire, with his picture and his autograph. George Peabody sent for a full-length portrait for Mr. Childs. The album of Miss Childs contains the autographs of a great number of the leading men and women of the world. One could linger here for days, but we must see the lovely country seat called Wootton, some distance out from the city. The house is in Queen Anne style, surrounded by velvety lawns, a wealth of evergreen and exquisite plants, brought over from South America and Africa. The farm adjoining is a delight to see. Here is the dairy built of white flintstone, while the milk room has stained glass windows, as though it were a chapel. The beautiful grounds are open every Thursday to visitors. Here have been entertained the Duke and Duchess of Buckingham, the Duke of Sutherland, Lord Rosse, Lord Dufferin, Sir Stafford Northcote, Herbert Spencer, John Waller, M.P., of the London Times, Dean Stanley, Thomas Hughes, Dickens, Grant, Evarts, indeed the famous of 2 hemispheres. With all this elegance befitting royalty, Mr. Childs has been a constant and generous giver. For his own city he was one of the foremost to secure Fairmount Park, and helped originate the Zoological Gardens, the Pennsylvania Museum, and the School of Industrial Arts. He gave $10,000 for a Centennial Exposition. He has been one of General Grant's most generous helpers. Yet while doing for the great, he does not forget the unknown. He gives free excursions to poor children, a dinner annually to the newsboys, and aids hundreds who are in need of an education. He has placed a stained glass window in Westminster Abbey in commemoration of George Herbert and William Cowper, given largely to a memorial window for Thomas More at Brougham, England, for a stone to mark Leigh Hunt's resting place in Kensal Green, and toward a monument for Poe. Mr. Childs has come to eminence by energy, integrity, and true faith in himself. He has also had a noble ambition and has worked towards it. He has proved to all other American boys that worth and honest dealing will win success in a greater or less degree. That well-known scientist, Professor Joseph Henry of the Smithsonian Institute, said Mr. Childs is a wonderful man. His ability to apply the power of money in advancing the well-being of his fellow men is unrivaled. He is naturally kind and sympathetic, and these generous feelings are exalted, not depressed, by his success in accumulating a fortune. Like man in the classification of animals, he forms a genius in himself. He stands alone. There is not another in the wide world like him. Mr. Childs died at 3:01 a.m., February 3, 1894, from the effects of a stroke of paralysis sustained at the Ledger office on January 18th. He was nearly 65 years of age. He was buried on February 6 in the Drexel Mausoleum in Woodland Cemetery beside his lifelong friend. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Smith.
Chapter 27 of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Dwight L. Moody. There's no chance to get in there. There's 6,000 persons inside and 2,000 outside. This was said to Dr. Magoon, president of Iowa College, and myself, after we had waited for nearly an hour outside of Spurgeon's Tabernacle, in London, in the hope of hearing Mr. Moody preach. Finally, probably through courtesy to Americans, we obtained seats. The 6,000 in this great church were sitting as though spellbound. The speaker was a man in middle life, rugged, strong, and plain in dress and manner. His words were so simple that a child could understand them. Now tears came into the eyes of most of the audience as he told some touching incident, and now faces grew sober as the people examined their own hearts under the searching words. There was no consciousness about the preacher, no wild gesture nor loud tone. Only one expression seemed applicable, a man in dead earnest. And who was this man whom thousands came to hear? Not a learned man, not a rich man, but one of the greatest evangelists the world has ever seen. Circumstances were all against him, but he conquered circumstances. Dwight Lyman Moody was born at Northfield, Massachusetts, February 5, 1837. His father, a stone mason and farmer, died when the boy was 4 years old, broken down with reverses in business. His mother was left with 7 sons and 2 daughters, the eldest a boy of 15. What happened to this lad was well told by Mr. Moody a few years since. Soon after my father's death, the creditors came in and took everything. One calamity after another swept over the entire household. Twins were added to the family, and my mother was taken sick. To the eldest boy my mother looked as a stay in her calamity, but all at once that boy became a wanderer. He had been reading some of the trashy novels, and the belief had seized him that he had only to go away to make a fortune. Away he went. I can remember how eagerly she used to look for tidings of that boy, how she used to send us to the post office to see if there was a letter from him, and recollect how we used to come back with the sad news, no letter. I remember how in the evenings we used to sit beside her in that New England home, and we would talk about our father, but the moment the name of that boy was mentioned she would hush us into silence. Some nights, when the wind was very high, and the house, which was upon a hill, would tremble at every gust, the voice of my mother was raised in prayer for that wanderer, who had treated her so unkindly. I used to think she loved him better than all of us put together, and I believe she did. On a Thanksgiving day she used to set a chair for him, thinking he would return home. Her family grew up, and her boys left home. When I got so that I could write, I sent letters all over the country, but could find no trace of him. One day, while in Boston, the news reached me that he had returned. While in that city, I remember how I used to look for him in every store. He had a mark on his face, but I never got any trace. One day, while my mother was sitting at the door, a stranger was seen coming toward the house, and when he came to the door he stopped. My mother didn't know her boy. He stood there with folded arms, and great beard flowing down his breast, his tears trickling down his face. When my mother saw those tears, she cried, "Oh, it's my lost son," and entreated him to come in. But he stood still. "No, mother," he said, "I will not come in until I hear that you have forgiven me." She rushed to the threshold, threw her arms around him, and breathed forgiveness. Dwight grew to be a strong, self-willed lad, working on the farm, fond of fun rather than of study, held in check only by his devotion to his mother. She was urged to put the children into different homes, on account of their extreme poverty. But by tilling their garden, and doing some work for their neighbors, she managed to keep her little flock together. A woman who could do this had remarkable energy and courage. What little schooling Dwight received was not greatly enjoyed, because the teacher was a quick-tempered man, who used a rattan on the boys' backs. Years after, he told how a happy change was effected in that school. After a while there was somebody who began to get up a movement in favor of controlling the school by love. I remember how we thought of the good time we should have that winter, when the rattan would be out of school. We thought how we would then have all the fun we wanted. I remember who the teacher was, a lady, and she opened the school with prayer. We hadn't seen it done before, and we were impressed, especially when she prayed that she might have grace and strength to rule the school with love. The school went on several weeks, and we saw no rattan, but at last the rules were broken, and I think I was the first boy to break them. She told me to wait till after school, and then she would see me. I thought the rattan was coming out sure, and stretched myself up in a warlike attitude. After school, however, she sat down by me and told me how she loved me, and how she had prayed to be able to rule that school by love, and concluded by saying, "I want to ask you one favor, that is, if you love me, try and be a good boy." And I never gave her trouble again. He was very susceptible to kindness. When an old man, who had the habit of giving every new boy who came into town a cent, put his hand on Dwight's head, and told him he had a father in heaven, he never forgot the pressure of that old man's hand. Farming around Northfield Rocks was not exciting work enough for the energetic boy, so with his mother's consent he started for Boston, when he was 17, to look for work. He had the same bitter experience that other homeless boys have. He says, "I went to the post office 2 or 3 times a day to see if there was a letter for me. I knew there was not, as there was but one mail a day. I had not any employment and was very homesick, and so went constantly to the post office, thinking perhaps when the mail did come in, my letter had been mislaid. At last, however, I got a letter. It was from my youngest sister, the first letter she ever wrote me. I opened it with a light heart, thinking there was some good news from home. But the burden of the whole letter was that she had heard there were pickpockets in Boston, and warned me to take care of them. I thought I had better get some money in hand first, and then I might take care of pickpockets." The homesick boy finally applied to an uncle, a shoe dealer, who hesitated much about taking the country lad into his employ. He agreed to do so on the condition that the boy would heed his advice, and attend regularly the Mount Vernon Church and Sunday School. The preaching of Dr. Kirk, the pastor, was scholarly and eloquent, but quite above the lad's comprehension. His Sunday School teacher, Mr. Edward Kimball, was a devoted man, and withal had the tact to win a boy's confidence. One day he came into the store where young Moody worked, and going behind the counter, placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, and talked about his becoming a Christian. Such interest touched Dwight's heart, and he soon took a stand on the right side. Years afterward, Moody was the means of the conversion of the son of Mr. Kimball, at 17, just his own age at this time. His earnest nature made him eager to do Christian work, but so poor was his command of language, and his sentences were so awkward, that he was not accepted to the membership of the church for a year after he had made his application. They thought him unlikely to ever become a Christian of clear and decided views of gospel truth, still less to fill any extended sphere of public usefulness. Alas, how the best of us sometimes have our eyes shut to the treasures lying at our feet! He longed for a wider field of usefulness, and in the fall of 1856, when he was 19, started for Chicago, taking with him testimonials which secured him a place as salesman in a shoe store. He joined Plymouth Church, and at once rented 4 pews for the young men whom he intended to bring in. Here, it is said, some of the more cultured assured him that his silence would be more effective for good than his speech. Certainly not encouraging to a young convert. He offered his services to a mission school as a teacher. He was welcome if he would bring his own scholars, they said. The next Sunday, to their astonishment, young Moody walked in at the head of 18 ragged urchins whom he had gathered from the streets. He distributed tracts among the seamen at the wharves, and did not fear to go into saloons and talk with the inmates. Finally, he wanted a larger field still, and opened an old saloon, which had been vacated, as a Sunday school room. It was in the neighborhood of 200 saloons and gambling dens. His heart was full of love for the poor and the outcasts, and they did not mind about his grammar. A friend came to see him in these dingy quarters, and found him holding a colored child, while he read, by the dim light of some tallow candles, the story of the prodigal son to his little congregation. "I've got only one talent," said the unassuming Moody. "I have no education, but I love the Lord Jesus Christ, and I want to do something for him. I want you to pray for me." 13 years later, when all Great Britain was aflame with the sermons of this same man, he wrote his friend, "Pray for me every day. Pray now that the Lord will keep me humble." Soon the Sunday school outgrew the shabby saloon, and was moved to a hall, where 1,000 scholars gathered. Still attending to the business as a traveling salesman, for 6 years he swept and made ready his Sunday school room. He had great tact with his pupils, and won them by kindness. One day a boy came, who was very unruly, sticking pins into the backs of the other boys. Mr. Moody patted him kindly on the head, and asked him to come again. After a short time he became a Christian, and then was anxious about his mother, whom Mr. Moody had been unable to influence. One night the lad threw his arms about her neck, and weeping told her how he had stopped swearing, and how he wanted her to love the Saviour. When she passed his room she heard him praying, "Oh God, convert my dear mother." The next Sunday he led her into the Sabbath school, and she became an earnest worker. He also had great tact with his young converts. "Every man can do something," he says. "I had a Swede converted in Chicago. I don't know how. I don't suppose he was converted by my sermons, because he couldn't understand much. The Lord converted him into one of the happiest men you ever saw. His face shone all over. He came to me, and he had to speak through an interpreter. This interpreter said this Swede wanted to have me give him something to do, and I said to myself, what in the world will I set this man doing? He can't talk English. So I gave him a bundle of little handbills, and put him out on the corner of the greatest thoroughfare of Chicago, and let him give them out, inviting people to come and hear me preach. A man would come along and take it, and see 'gospel meeting,' and would then turn around and curse this fellow, but the Swede would laugh, because he didn't know but he was blessing him. He couldn't tell the difference. A great many men were impressed by that man's being so polite and kind. There he stood, and when winter came and the nights got so dark they could not read those little handbills, he went and got a little transparency, and put it up on the corner, and there he took his stand, hot or cold, rain or shine. Many a man was won to Christ by his efforts. In 1860, when Moody was 23, he made up his mind to give all his time to Christian work. He was led to do this by the following incident. He says, In the Sunday school I had a pale, delicate young man as one of the teachers. I knew his burning piety, and assigned him to the worst class in the school. They were all girls, and it was an awful class. They kept gadding around in the schoolroom, and were laughing and carrying on all the while. One Sunday he was absent, and I tried myself to teach the class, but couldn't do anything with them. They seemed farther off than ever from any concern about their souls. Well, the day after his absence, early Monday morning, the young man came into the store where I worked, and, tottering and bloodless, threw himself down on some boxes. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I have been bleeding at the lungs, and they have given me up to die," he said. "But you are not afraid to die?" I questioned. "No," said he, "I am not afraid to die. But I have got to stand before God and give an account of my stewardship, and not one of my Sabbath school scholars has been brought to Jesus. I have failed to bring one, and haven't any strength to do it now." He was so weighed down that I got a carriage and took that dying man in it, and we called at the homes of every one of his scholars, and to each one he said, as best his faint voice would let him, "I have come to just ask you to come to the Saviour." And then he prayed as I never heard before. And for 10 days he labored in that way, sometimes walking to the nearest houses. And at the end of that 10 days, every one of that large class had yielded to the Saviour. Full well I remember the night before he went away, for the doctors said he must hurry to the South, how we held a true love feast. It was the very gate of heaven, that meeting. He prayed, and they prayed. He didn't ask them. He didn't think they could pray. And then we sung, "Blessed be the tie that binds." It was a beautiful night in June that he left on the Michigan Southern, and I was down to the train to help him off. And those girls, every one gathered there again, all unknown to each other, and the depot seemed a second gate to heaven, in the joyful yet tearful communion and farewells between these newly redeemed souls and him whose crown of rejoicing it would be that he led them to Jesus. At last the gong sounded, and, supported on the platform, the dying man shook hands with each one, and whispered, "I will meet you yonder." From this, says Mr. Moody, I got the first impulse to work solely for the conversion of men. When he told his employer that he was going to give up business, he was asked, "Where will you get your support?" "God will provide for me if he wishes me to keep on, and I shall keep on till I am obliged to stop," was the reply. To keep his expenses as low as possible, he slept at night on a hard bench in the rooms of the Young Men's Christian Association, and ate the plainest food. Thus was the devoted work of this Christian hero begun. He was soon made city missionary for a time. Then the Civil War began, and a camp was established near Chicago. He saw his wonderful opportunity now to reach men who were soon to be face to face with death. The first tent erected was used as a place of prayer. Ministers and friends came to his aid. He labored day and night, sometimes 8 or 10 prayer meetings being held at the same time in the various tents. He did not desert the men on the field of battle. He was with the army at Pittsburgh Landing, Shiloh, Murfreesboro, and Chattanooga. 9 times, in the interests of the Christian Commission, he visited our men at the front, on his errands of mercy. He tells this incident in a hospital at Murfreesboro. One night, after midnight, I was woke up and told that there was a man in one of the wards who wanted to see me. I went to him, and he called me chaplain. I wasn't a chaplain. And he said he wanted me to help him die. And I said, I'd take you right up in my arms and carry you into the kingdom of God, if I could. But I can't do it. I can't help you to die. And he said, "Who can?" I said, "The Lord Jesus Christ can. He came for that purpose." He shook his head and said, "He can't save me. I've sinned all my life." And I said, "But he came to save sinners." I thought of his mother in the North, and I knew that she was anxious that he should die right, and I thought I'd stay with him. I prayed 2 or 3 times, and repeated all the promises I could, and I knew that in a few hours he would be gone. I said I wanted to read him a conversation that Christ had with a man who was anxious about his soul. I turned to the 3rd chapter of John. His eyes were riveted upon me, and when I came to the 14th and 15th verses, he caught up the words, "As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life." He stopped me and said, "Is that there?" I said, "Yes," and he asked me to read it again, and I did so. He leaned his elbows on the cot, and clasped his hands together, and said, "That's good. Won't you read it again?" I read it the third time, and then went on with the rest of the chapter. When I finished his eyes were closed, his hands were folded, and there was a smile on his face. Oh, how it was lit up! What a change had come over it! I saw his lips quiver, and I leaned over him and heard a faint whisper, "As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth on him should not perish, but have eternal life." He opened his eyes and said, "That's enough. Don't read any more." He lingered a few hours, and then pillowed his head on those 2 verses, and went up in one of Christ's chariots, and took his seat in the kingdom of God. On the 28th of August, 1862, Mr. Moody married Miss Emma C. Revel, a most helpful assistant in his meetings, and a young lady of noble character. A daughter and a son came to gladden their simple cottage, and there was no happier home in all Chicago. One morning he said to his wife, "I have no money, and the house is without supplies. It looks as if the Lord had had enough of me in this mission work, and is going to send me back again to sell boots and shoes." But very soon 2 checks came, one of $50 for himself, and another for his school. 6 years after his marriage, his friends gave him the lease of a pleasant, furnished house. This home had a welcome for all who sought the true way to live. One day a gentleman called at the office, bringing a young man who had recently come out of the penitentiary. The latter shrunk from going into the office, but Mr. Moody said, "Bring him in." Mr. Moody took him by the hand, told him he was glad to see him, and invited him to his house. When the young man called, Mr. Moody introduced him as his friend. When his little daughter came into the room, he said, "Emma, this is papa's friend." She went up and kissed him, and the man sobbed aloud. When she left the room, Mr. Moody said, "What is the matter?" "Oh, sir," was the reply, "I have not had a kiss for years. The last kiss I had was from my mother, and she was dying. I thought I would never have another kiss again." No wonder people are saved by visiting a home like this. In 1863, those who had been converted under this beloved leader wanted a church of their own, where they could worship together. A building was erected, costing $20,000. 4 years later Mr. Moody was made president of Young Men's Christian Association, and Farwell House was speedily built. He was loved and honored everywhere. Once he was invited to the opening of a great billiard hall. He saw the owners, and asked if he might bring a friend. They said yes, but asked who he was. Mr. Moody said it wasn't necessary to tell, but he never went without him. They understood his meaning, and said, "Come, we don't want any praying." "You've given me an invitation, and I am going to come," he replied. "But if you come, you needn't pray." "Well, I'll tell you what we'll do," was the answer. "We'll compromise the matter, and if you don't want me to come and pray for you when you open, let me pray for you both now," to which they agreed. Mr. Moody prayed that their business might go to pieces, which it did in a very few months. After the failure one of the partners determined to kill himself, but when he was about to plunge the knife into his breast, he seemed to hear again the words of his dying mother, "Johnny, if you get into trouble, pray." That voice changed his purpose and his life. He prayed for forgiveness and obtained it. In 1871, the terrible fire in Chicago swept away Moody's home and church. 2 years later, having been invited to Great Britain by 2 prominent Christian men, he decided to take his friend, Mr. Ira D. Sankey, who had already won a place in the hearts of the people by his singing, and together they would attempt some work for their Lord. They landed in Liverpool, June 17. The 2 friends who had invited them were dead. The clergy did not know them, and the world was wholly indifferent. At their first meeting in York, England, only 4 persons were present, but Mr. Moody said it was one of the best meetings they ever held. They labored here for some weeks, and about 200 were converted. From here they went to Sunderland and Newcastle, the numbers and interest continually increasing. Union prayer meetings had been held in Edinburgh for 2 months in anticipation of their coming. When they arrived, 2,000 persons crowded Music Hall, and hundreds were necessarily turned away. As a result of these efforts, over 3,000 persons united with the various churches. In Dundee over 10,000 persons gathered in the open air, and at Glasgow nearly 30,000, Mr. Moody preaching from his carriage. The press reported all these sermons, and his congregations were thus increased 100-fold over all the country. The farmer boy of Northfield, the awkward young convert of Mount Vernon Church, Boston, had become famous. Scholarly ministers came to him to learn how to influence men toward religion. Infidels were reclaimed, and rich and poor alike found the Bible precious from his simple and beautiful teaching. In Ireland the crowds sometimes covered 6 acres, and inquiry meetings lasted for 8 hours. 4 months were spent in London, where it is believed over 2.5 million persons attended the meetings. Mr. Moody had been fearless in his work. When a church member who was a distiller became troubled in conscience over his business, he came and asked if the evangelist thought a man could not be an honest distiller. Mr. Moody replied, "You should do whatever you do for the glory of God. If you can get down and pray about a barrel of whiskey, and say when you sell it, 'O Lord God, let this whiskey be blessed to the world,' it is probably honest." On his return to America Mr. Moody was eagerly welcomed. Philadelphia utilized an immense freight depot for the meetings, putting in it 10,000 chairs, and providing a choir of 600 singers. Over 4,000 conversions resulted. In New York the Hippodrome was prepared by an expenditure of $10,000, and as many conversions were reported there. Boston received him with open arms. 90 churches co-operated in the house-to-house visitation in connection with the meetings, and a choir of 2,000 singers was provided. Mr. Moody, with his wonderful executive ability and genius in organizing, was like a general at the head of his army. Chicago received him home thankfully and proudly, as was her right. A church had been built for him during his absence, costing $100,000. For the past 10 years his work has been a marvel to the world and, doubtless, to himself. Great Britain has been a second time stirred to its center by his presence. His sermons have been scattered broadcast by the hundreds of thousands. He receives no salary, never allowing a contribution to be taken for himself, but his wants have been supplied. A pleasant home at his birthplace, Northfield, has been given him by his friends, made doubly dear by the presence of his mother, now over 80 years old. He has established 2 schools there, one for boys and another for girls, with 300 pupils, trained in all that ennobles life. The results for Mr. Moody's work are beyond computing. In his first visit to London, a noted man of wealth was converted. He at once sold his hunting dogs, and made his country house a center of missionary effort. During Mr. Moody's second visit the 2 sons at Cambridge University professed Christianity. One goes to China, having induced some other students to accompany him as missionaries. The other, just married to a lord's daughter, has begun mission work among the slums in the East End of London. The work of such a life as Mr. Moody's goes on forever. His influence will be felt in almost countless homes after he has passed away from earth. He has wrought without means, and with no fortuitous circumstances. He is a devoted student of the Bible, rising at 5 o'clock for study in some of his most laborious seasons. He is a man consecrated to a single purpose, that of winning souls. Mr. Moody died at his home at East Northfield, Massachusetts, at noon, Friday, December 22nd, 1899. He was taken ill during a series of meetings at Kansas City, a few weeks previously, and heart disease resulted from overwork. He was conscious to the last. He said to his 2 sons who were standing by his bedside, "I have always been an ambitious man, not ambitious to lay up wealth, but to leave you work to do, and you are going to continue the work of the schools in East Northfield and Mount Hermon, and of the Chicago Bible Institute." Just as death came, he awoke as if from sleep, and said joyfully, "I have been within the gate. Earth is receding. Heaven is opening. God is calling me. Do not call me back." And a moment later expired. He was buried Tuesday, December 26th, at Round Top, on the seminary grounds, where thousands have gathered yearly at the summer meetings conducted by the great evangelist. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28. of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton. Chapter 28. Abraham Lincoln. In Gentryville, Indiana, in the year 1816, might have been seen a log cabin without doors or window glass, a dirt floor, a bed made of dry leaves, and a stool or two and table formed of logs. The inmates were Thomas Lincoln, a good-hearted man who could neither read nor write; Nancy Hanks, his wife, a pale-faced, sensitive gentlewoman, strangely out of place in her miserable surroundings; a girl of 10, Sarah, and a tall, awkward boy of 8, Abraham. The family had but recently moved from a similar cabin in Hardin County, Kentucky, cutting their way through the wilderness with an axe, and living off the game they could obtain with a gun. Mrs. Lincoln possessed but one book in the world, the Bible, and from this she taught her children daily. Abraham had been to school for 2 or 3 months, at such a school as the rude country afforded, and had learned to read. Of quick mind and retentive memory, he soon came to know the Bible well nigh by heart, and to look upon his gentle teacher as the embodiment of all the good precepts in the book. Afterward, when he governed 30,000,000 people, he said, "All that I am or hope to be, I owe to my angel mother. Blessings on her memory." When he was 10 years old, the saintly mother faded like a flower amid these hardships of pioneer life, died of consumption, and was buried in a plain box under the trees near the cabin. The blow for the girl, who also died at 15, was hard, but for the boy the loss was irreparable. Day after day he sat on the grave and wept. A sad, far-away look crept into his eyes, which those who saw him in the perils of his later life well remember. 9 months after this, Abraham wrote a letter to Parson Elkins, a good minister whom they used to know in Kentucky, asking him to come and preach a funeral sermon on his mother. He came, riding on horseback over 100 miles, and one bright Sabbath morning, when the neighbors from the whole country around had gathered, some in carts and some on horseback, he spoke, over the open grave, of the precious Christian life of her who slept beneath. She died early, but not till she had laid well the foundation stones in one of the grandest characters in history. The boy, communing with himself, longed to read and know something beyond the stumps between which he planted his corn. He borrowed a book of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, and read and re-read it till he could repeat much of it. Then some one loaned him Aesop's Fables and Robinson Crusoe, and these he pored over with eager delight. There surely was a great world beyond Kentucky and Indiana, and perhaps he would some day see it. After a time, Thomas Lincoln married a widow, an old friend of Nancy Hanks, and she came to the cabin, bringing her 3 children. Besides, she brought what to Abraham and Sarah seemed unheard of elegance, a bureau, some chairs, a table, and bedding. Abraham had heretofore climbed to the loft of the cabin on pegs, and had slept on a sack filled with corn husks. Now a real bed would seem indeed luxurious. The children were glad to welcome the new mother to the desolate home, and a good true mother she became to the orphans. She put new energy into her somewhat easy-going husband, and made the cabin comfortable, even attractive. What was better still, she encouraged Abraham to read more and more, to be thorough, and to be somebody. Besides, she gave his great heart something to love, and well she repaid the affection. He now obtained a much-worn copy of Weems's Life of Washington, and the little cabin grew to be a paradise, as he read how one great man had accomplished so much. The barefoot boy, in buckskin breeches so shrunken that they reached only halfway between the knee and ankle, actually asked himself whether there were not some great place in the world for him to fill. No wonder when a few days after, making a noise with some of his fun-loving companions, a good woman said to him, "Now, Abe, what on earth do you suppose'll ever become of ye?" "What'll ye be good for if ye keep a-goin' on this way?" He replied slowly, "Well, I reckon I'm going to be President of the United States one of these days." The treasured Life of Washington came to grief. One stormy night the rain beat against the logs of the cabin, and flooded the volume as it lay on a board upheld by two pegs. Abraham sadly carried it back to its owner, and worked 3 days, at 25 cents a day, to pay damages, and thus made the book his own. The few months of schooling had already come to an end, and he was living out, hoeing, planting, and chopping wood for the farmers, and giving the wages to his parents. In this way, in the daytime he studied human nature, and in the evenings he read Plutarch's Lives and the Life of Benjamin Franklin. He was liked in these humble homes, for he could tend baby, tell stories, make a good impromptu speech, recite poetry, even making rhymes himself, and could wrestle and jump as well as the best. While drinking intoxicants was the fashion all about him, taught by his first mother not to touch them, he had solemnly carried out her wishes. But his tender heart made him kind to many who, in this pioneer life, had been ruined through drink. One night, as he was returning from a house-raising, he and 2 or 3 friends found a man in the ditch benumbed with the cold, and his patient horse waiting beside him. They lifted the man upon the animal, and held him on till they reached the nearest house, where Abraham cared for him through the night, and thus saved his life. At 18 he had found a situation in a small store, but he was not satisfied to stand behind a counter. He had read too much about Washington and Franklin. 15 miles from Gentryville, courts were held at certain seasons of the year, and when Abraham could find a spare day, he walked over in the morning and back at night, listening to the cases. Meantime he had borrowed a strange book for a poor country lad, the Revised Statutes of Indiana. One day a man on trial for murder had secured the able lawyer, John A. Breckinridge, to defend him. Abraham listened as he made his appeal to the jury. He had never heard anything so eloquent. When the court adjourned, the tall, homely boy, his face beaming with admiration for the great man, pressed forward to grasp his hand. But, with a contemptuous air, the lawyer passed on without speaking. 30 years later the two met in Washington, when Abraham Lincoln was the President of the United States, and then he thanked Mr. Breckinridge for his great speech in Indiana. In March, 1828, the long-hoped-for opportunity to see the world outside Gentryville had come. Abraham was asked by a man who knew his honesty and willingness to work, to take a flatboat down the Mississippi River to New Orleans. He was paid only $2 a week and his rations, and as a flatboat could not come up the river, but must be sold for lumber at the journey's end, he was obliged to walk the whole distance back. The big-hearted, broad-shouldered youth, 6 feet and 4 inches tall, had seen in this trip what he would never forget, had seen black men in chains, and men and women sold like sheep in the slave marts of New Orleans. Here began his horror of human slavery, which years after culminated in the Emancipation Proclamation. 2 years later, when he had become of age, Abraham helped move his father's family to Illinois, driving the 4 yoke of oxen which drew the household goods over the muddy roads and through the creeks. Then he joined his adopted brothers in building a log house, plowed 15 acres of prairie land for corn, split rails to fence it in, and then went out into the world to earn for himself, his scanty wages heretofore belonging legally to his father. He did not always receive money for his work, for once, for a Mrs. Miller, he split 400 rails for every yard of brown jeans, dyed with white walnut bark, necessary to make a pair of trousers. He had no trade and no money, and must do whatever came to hand. For a year he worked for one farmer and another, and then he and his half-brother were hired by a Mr. Offutt to build and to take a flatboat to New Orleans. So pleased was the owner that on Abraham's return he was at once engaged to manage a mill and store at New Salem. Here he went by the name of Honest Abe, because he was so fair in his dealings. On one occasion, having sold a woman a bill of goods amounting to $2.06 he found that in adding the items he had taken 6¼ too much. It was night, and locking the store, he walked 2 or 3 miles to return the money to his astonished customer. Another time a woman bought a half-pound of tea. He discovered afterward that he had used a 4-ounce weight on the scales, and at once walked a long way to deliver the 4 ounces which were her due. No wonder the world, like Diogenes, is always looking for an honest man. He insisted on politeness before women. One day, as he was showing goods, a boorish man came in and began to use profanity. Young Lincoln leaned over the desk and begged him to desist before ladies. When they had gone, the man became furious. Finding that he really desired to fight, Lincoln said, "Well, if you must be whipped, I suppose I may as well whip you as any other man," and suiting the action to the word, gave him a severe punishing. The man became a better citizen from that day, and Lincoln's lifelong friend. Years afterward, when in the presidential chair a man used profanity in his presence, he said, "I thought Senator C. had sent me a gentleman. I was mistaken. There is the door, and I wish you good night." Hearing that a grammar could be purchased 6 miles away, the young storekeeper walked thither and obtained it. When evening came, as candles were too expensive for his limited wages, he burnt one shaving after another to give light, and thus studied the book which was to be so valuable in after years, when he should stand before the great and cultured of the land. He took the Louisville Journal, because he must be abreast of the politics of the day, and made careful notes from every book he read. Mr. Offutt soon failed, and Abraham Lincoln was again adrift. War had begun with Black Hawk, the chief of the Sacs, and the governor of Illinois was calling for volunteers. A company was formed in New Salem, and honest Abe was chosen captain. He won the love of his men for his thoughtfulness of them rather than for himself, and learned valuable lessons in military matters for the future. A strange thing now happened. He was asked to be a candidate for the state legislature. At first he thought his friends were ridiculing him, and said he should be defeated as he was not widely known. "Never mind," said James Rutledge, the president of their little debating club. "They'll know you better after you've stumped the county. Anyhow, it'll do you good to try." Lincoln made some bright, earnest stump speeches, and though he was defeated, the young man of 23 received 277 votes out of the 280 cast in New Salem. This surely was a pleasant indication of his popularity. It was a common saying that Lincoln had nothing, only plenty of friends. The county surveyor needed an assistant. He called upon Lincoln, bringing a book for him to study, if he would fit himself to take hold of the matter. This he did gladly, and for 6 weeks studied and recited to a teacher, thus making himself skilled and accurate for a new country. Whenever he had an hour's leisure from his work, however, he was poring over his law books, for he had fully made up his mind to be a lawyer. He was modest but ambitious, and was learning the power within him. But as though the developing brain and warm heart needed an extra stimulus, there came into his life at this time a beautiful affection that left a deeper look in the far-away eyes when it was over. Anne Rutledge, the daughter of his friend, was one of the most intelligent and lovely girls in New Salem. When Lincoln came to her father's house to board, she was already engaged to a bright young man in the neighborhood, who, shortly after their intended marriage, was obliged to visit New York on business. He wrote back of his father's illness and death, and then his letters ceased. Months passed away. Meantime the young lawyer had given her the homage of his strong nature. At first she could not bring herself to forget her recreant lover, but the following year, won by Lincoln's devotion, she accepted him. He seemed now supremely happy. He studied day and night, eager to fill such a place that Anne Rutledge would be proud of him. He had been elected to the legislature, and, borrowing some money to purchase a suit of clothes, he walked 100 miles to the state capitol. He did not talk much in the assembly, but worked faithfully upon committees and studied the needs of his state. The following summer days seemed to pass all too swiftly in his happiness. Then the shadows gathered. The girl he idolized was sinking under the dreadful strain upon her young heart. The latter part of August she sent for Lincoln to come to her bedside. What was said in that last farewell has never been known. It is stated by some that her former lover had returned, as fond of her as ever, his silence having been caused by a long illness. But on the 25th of August death took her from them both. Lincoln was overwhelmed with anguish. Insane, feared and believed his friends. He said, "I can never be reconciled to have the snow, rains, and storms beat upon her grave." Years after he was heard to say, "My heart lies buried in the grave of that girl." A poem by William Knox, found and read at this time, became a favorite and a comfort through life. "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud?" Mr. Herndon, his law partner, said, "The love and death of that girl shattered Lincoln's purposes and tendencies. He threw off his infinite sorrow only by leaping wildly into the political arena." The memory of that love never faded from his heart, nor the sadness from his face. The following year, 1837, when he was 28, he was admitted to the bar, and moved from New Salem to the larger town of Springfield, forming a partnership with Mr. J. P. Stewart, of whom he had borrowed his law books. Too poor even yet to pay much for board, he slept on a narrow lounge in the law office. He was again elected to the legislature, and in the Harrison presidential campaign was chosen one of the electors, speaking through the state for the Whig party. To so prominent a position already had come the backwoods boy. 4 years after Anne Rutledge's death, he married, November 4, 1839, Mary Todd, a bright, witty, somewhat handsome girl, of good family, from Kentucky. She admired his ability and believed in his success. He needed comfort in his utter loneliness. Till his death he was a true husband, and an idolizing father to his children, Robert, Willie, and Tad Thomas. In 1846, 7 years after his marriage, having steadily gained in the reputation of an honest, able lawyer, who would never take a case unless sure he was on the right side, Mr. Lincoln was elected to Congress by an uncommonly large majority. Opposed to the war with Mexico, and to the extension of slavery, he spoke his mind fearlessly. The compromise measures of 1850, by which, while California was admitted as a free state, and the slave trade was abolished in the District of Columbia, the fugitive slave law was passed, giving the owners of slaves the right to recapture them in any free state, had disheartened all lovers of freedom. Lincoln said gloomily to his law partner, Mr. Herndon, "How hard, oh, how hard it is to die, and leave one's country no better than if one had never lived for it." His father died about this time, his noble son sending him this message: "To remember to call upon and confide in our great and good and merciful Maker, who will not turn away from him in any extremity. He notes the fall of the sparrow and numbers the hairs of our heads, and he will not forget the dying man who puts his trust in him." In 1854, through the influence of Stephen A. Douglas, a brilliant senator from Illinois, the Kansas-Nebraska Act was passed, whereby those states were left to judge for themselves whether they would have slaves or not. But by the Missouri Compromise of 1820, it was expressly stated that slavery should forever be prohibited in this locality. The whole North grew to white heat. When Douglas returned to his Chicago home, the people refused to hear him speak. Illinois said, "His arguments must be answered, and Abraham Lincoln is the man to answer them." At the State Fair in Springfield, in October, a great company were gathered. Douglas spoke with marked ability and eloquence, and then on the following day Abraham Lincoln spoke for 3 hours. His heart was in his words. He quivered with emotion. The audience was still as death, but when the address was finished, men shouted and women waved their handkerchiefs. Lincoln and the right had triumphed. After this the two men spoke in all the large towns of the state, to immense crowds. The Kansas-Nebraska bill worked out its expected results. Blood flowed in the streets as pro-slavery and anti-slavery men contested the ground. Newspaper offices were torn down by mobs, and Douglas lost the grand prize he had in view, the presidency of the United States. When the new party, the Republican, held its second convention in Philadelphia, June 17, 1856, Abraham Lincoln received 110 votes for Vice President. What would Nancy Hanks Lincoln have said if she could have looked now upon the boy to whom she taught the Bible in the log cabin? An incident occurred about this time which increased his fame. A man was murdered at a camp meeting, and 2 young men were arrested. One was a very poor youth, whose mother, Hannah Armstrong, had been kind to Lincoln in the early years. She wrote to the prominent lawyer about her troubles, because she believed her son to be innocent. The trial came on. The people were clamorous for Armstrong to be hanged. The principal witness testified that, by the aid of the brightly shining moon, he saw the prisoner inflict the death blow with a slung shot. After careful questioning, Mr. Lincoln showed the perjury of the witness, by the almanac, no moon being visible on the night in question. The jury were melted to tears by the touching address, and their sympathy went out to the wronged youth and his poor old mother, who fainted in his arms. Tears, too, poured down the face of Mr. Lincoln as the young man was acquitted. "Why, Hannah," he said, when the grateful woman asked what she should try to pay him, "I shan't charge you a cent, never." She had been well repaid for her friendliness to a penniless boy. The next year he was invited to deliver a lecture at Cooper Institute, New York. He was not very well known at the East. He had lived unostentatiously in the 2-story frame house in Springfield, and when seen at all by the people, except in his addresses, was usually drawing one of his babies in a wagon before his door, with hat and coat off, deeply buried in thought. When the crowd gathered at Cooper Institute, they expected to hear a fund of stories and a Western stump speech, but they did not hear what they expected. They heard a masterly review of the history of slavery in this country, and a prophecy concerning the future of the slavery question. They were amazed at its breadth and its eloquence. The New York Tribune said, "No man ever before made such an impression on his first appeal to a New York audience." After this, Mr. Lincoln spoke in various cities to crowded houses. A Yale professor took notes and gave lecture to his students on the address. Surprised at his success among learned men, Mr. Lincoln once asked a prominent professor what made the speeches interest. The reply was, "The clearness of your statements, the unanswerable style of your reasoning and your illustrations, which were romance and pathos and fun and logic all welded together." Mr. Lincoln said, "I am very much obliged to you for this. It throws light on a subject which has been dark to me. Certainly I have had a wonderful success for a man of my limited education." The Sabbath he spent in New York. He found his way to the Sunday school at 5 Points. He was alone. The superintendent, noticing his interest, asked him to say a few words. The children were so pleased that when he attempted to stop, they cried, "Go on! Oh, do go on!" No one knew his name, and on being asked who he was, he replied, "Abraham Lincoln of Illinois." After visiting his son Robert at Harvard College, he returned home. When the Republican State Convention met May 9, 1860, at Springfield, Illinois, Mr. Lincoln was invited to a seat on the platform, and, as no way could be made through the dense throng, he was carried over the people's heads. 10 days later, at the National Convention at Chicago, though William H. Seward of New York was a leading candidate, the West gained the nomination, with their idolized Lincoln. Springfield was wild with joy. When the news of his success was carried to him, he said quietly, "Well, gentlemen, there's a little woman at our house who is probably more interested in this dispatch than I am, and, if you will excuse me, I will take it up and let her see it." The resulting canvass was one of the most remarkable in our history. The South said, "War will result if he is elected." The North said, "The time has come for decisive action." The popular vote for Abraham Lincoln was nearly 2 millions, 1,857,610, while Stephen A. Douglas received something over 1 million, 1,291,574. The country was in a fever of excitement. The South made itself ready for war by seizing the forts. Before the inauguration, most of the Southern states had seceded. Sad farewells were uttered as Mr. Lincoln left Springfield for Washington. To his law partner he said, "You and I have been together more than 20 years, and have never passed a word. Will you let my name stay on the old sign till I come back from Washington?" The tears came into Mr. Herndon's eyes as he said, "I will never have any other partner while you live," and kept his word. Old Hannah Armstrong told him that she should never see him again, that something told her so, his enemies would assassinate him. He smiled and said, "Hannah, if they do kill me, I shall never die another death." He went away without fear, but feeling the awful responsibility of his position. He found an empty treasury and the country drifting into the blackness of war. He spoke few words, but the lines grew deeper on his face and his eyes grew sadder. In his inaugural address he said, "In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. Physically speaking, we cannot separate." The conflict began April 12, 1861, by the enemy firing on Fort Sumter. That sound reverberated throughout the North. The President called for 75,000 men. The choicest from thousands of homes quickly responded. Young men left their college halls, and men their places of business. The Union must and shall be preserved, was the eager cry. Then came the call for 42,000 men for 3 years. The President began to study war in earnest. He gathered military books, sought out on maps every creek and hill and valley in the enemy's country, and took scarcely time to eat or sleep. May 24, the bright young Colonel Ellsworth had been shot at Alexandria by a hotel keeper because he pulled down the secession flag. He was buried from the East Room in the White House, and the North was more aroused than ever. The press and people were eager for battle, and July 21, 1861, the Union army, under General McDowell, attacked the Confederates at Bull Run and were defeated. The South was jubilant, and the North learned, once for all, that the war was to be long and bloody. Congress, at the request of the President, at once voted 500,000 men and $500 million to carry on the war. Vast work was to be done. The Southern ports must be blockaded, and the traffic on the Mississippi River discontinued. A great and brave army of Southerners, fighting on their own soil, every foot of which they knew so well, must be conquered if the nation remained intact. The burdens of the President grew more and more heavy. Men at the North, who sympathized with the South, for we were bound together as one family in 1,000 ways, said the President was going too far in his authority. Others said he moved too slowly, and was too lenient to the slave power. The South gained strength from the sympathy of England, and only by careful leadership was war avoided with that country. General McClellan had fought some hard battles in Virginia, Fair Oaks, Mechanicsville, Malvern Hill, and others, with varying success, losing thousands of men in the Chickahominy swamps, and after the battle of Antietam, September 17, 1862, one of the severest of the war, when each side lost over 10,000 men, he was relieved of his command and succeeded by General Burnside. There had been some successes at the West under Grant, at Fort Donelson and Shiloh, and at the South under Farragut, but the outlook for the country was not hopeful. Mr. Lincoln had met with a severe affliction in his own household. His beautiful son Willie had died in February. He used to walk the room in those dying hours, saying sadly, "This is the hardest trial of my life. Why is it? Why is it?" This made him, perhaps, even more tender of the lives of others' sons. A young sentinel had been sentenced to be shot for sleeping at his post, but the President pardoned him, saying, "I could not think of going into eternity with the blood of the poor young man on my skirts. It is not to be wondered at that a boy raised on a farm, probably in the habit of going to bed at dark, should, when required to watch, fall asleep, and I could not consent to shoot him for such an act." This youth was found among the slain on the field at Fredericksburg, wearing next to his heart a photograph of his preserver, with the words, "God bless President Lincoln." An army officer once went to Washington to see about the execution of 24 deserters, who had been sentenced by court-martial to be shot. "Mr. President," said he, "unless these men are made an example of, the army itself is in danger. Mercy to the few is cruelty to the many." "Mr. General," was the reply, "there are already too many weeping widows in the United States. For God's sake, don't ask me to add to the number, for I won't do it." At another time he said, "Well, I think the boy can do us more good above ground than underground." A woman in a faded shawl and hood came to see the President, begging that, as her husband and all her sons, 3, had enlisted and her husband had been killed, he would release the oldest that he might care for his mother. Mr. Lincoln quickly consented. When the poor woman reached the hospital where her boy was to be found, he was dead. Returning sadly to Mr. Lincoln, he said, "I know what you wish me to do now, and I shall do it without your asking. I shall release your second son. Now you have one, and I have the other 2 left. That is no more than right." Tears filled the eyes of both as she reverently laid her hand on his head, saying, "The Lord bless you, Mr. President. May you live 1,000 years, and always be at the head of this great nation." Through all these months it had become evident that slavery must be destroyed, or we should live over again these dreadful war scenes in years to come. Mr. Lincoln had been waiting for the right time to free the slaves. General McClellan had said, "A declaration of radical views, especially upon slavery, will rapidly disintegrate our present armies." But September 22, 1862, Mr. Lincoln told his cabinet, "I have promised my God that I will do it," and he issued the immortal Emancipation Proclamation, by which 4,000,000 human beings stepped out from bondage into freedom. He knew what he was doing. 2 years afterward he said, "It is the central act of my administration and the great event of the 19th century." The following year, 1863, brought even deeper sorrows. The Draft Act, by which men were obliged to enter the army when their names were drawn, occasioned in July a riot in New York City, with the loss of many lives. Grant had taken Vicksburg on July 4, and General Meade had won at the dreadful 3 days' fight at Gettysburg, July 1 through 4, with a loss of more than 20,000 on either side. But the nation was being held together at a fearful cost. When Mr. Lincoln announced to the people the victory at Gettysburg, he expressed the desire that, in the customary observance of the 4th of July, he whose will, not ours, should everywhere be done, be everywhere reverenced with profoundest gratitude. He reverenced God, himself, most devoutly. "I have been driven many times upon my knees," he said, "by the overwhelming conviction that I had nowhere else to go. My own wisdom and that of all about me seemed insufficient for that day." On November 19 of this year, this battlefield was dedicated, with solemn ceremonies, as one of the national cemeteries. Mr. Lincoln made a very brief address, in words that will last while America lasts. "The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining for us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to the cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion; that we here highly resolve that those dead shall not have died in vain; that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Emerson says of these words, "This, and one other American speech, that of John Brown to the court that tried him, and a part of Kossuth's speech at Birmingham, can only be compared with each other, and no fourth." The next year, February 29, 1864, the hero of Vicksburg was called to the lieutenant generalship of the army, and for the first time Mr. Lincoln felt somewhat a sense of relief from burdens. He said, "Wherever Grant is, things move." He now called for 500,000 more men, and the beginning of the end was seen. Sherman swept through to the sea. Grant went below Richmond, where he said, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Mr. Lincoln had been reelected to the presidency for a second term, giving that beautiful inaugural address to the people. with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widows and orphans, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. On April 9, 1865, Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox, and the long war was ended. The people gathered in their churches to praise God amid their tears. Abraham Lincoln's name was on every lip. The colored people said of their deliverer, "He is everywhere. He is like the blessed Lord. He walks the waters and the land." An old colored woman came to the door of the White House and met the President as he was coming out, and said she wanted to see Abraham the Second. "And who was Abraham the First?" asked the good man. "Why, Lord bless you, we read about Abraham the First in the Bible, and Abraham the Second is the President." "Here he is," said the President, turning away to hide his tears. Well did the noble-hearted man say, "I have never willingly planted a thorn in any man's bosom." 5 days after the surrender of General Lee, Mr. Lincoln went to Ford's Theater, because it would rest him and please the people to see him. He used to say, "The tired part of me is inside and out of reach. I feel a presentiment that I shall not outlast the rebellion. When it is over, my work will be done." While Mr. Lincoln was enjoying the play, John Wilkes Booth, an actor, came into the box behind him and fired a bullet into his brain, then sprang upon the stage, shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis, the South is avenged." The President scarcely moved in his chair, and, unconscious, was taken to a house near by, where he died at 22 minutes past 7, April 15, 1865. Booth was caught 12 days later, and shot in a burning barn. The nation seemed as though struck dumb, and then, from the old world as well as the new, came an agonizing wail of sorrow. Death only showed in their view how sublime was the character of him who had carried them through the war. While the body, embalmed, lay in state in the East Room of the White House, tens of thousands crowded about it, and then, accompanied by the casket of little Willie, the body of Abraham Lincoln took its long journey of 1,500 miles to the home of his early life for burial. Nothing in this country like that funeral pageant has ever been witnessed. In New York, in Philadelphia, and in every other city along the way, houses were trimmed with mourning, bells tolled, funeral marches were played, and the rooms where the body rested were filled with flowers. Hundreds of thousands looked upon the tired, noble face of the martyred President. In Oak Ridge Cemetery at Springfield, Illinois, in the midst of a dense multitude, a choir of 250 singing by the open grave of him who dearly loved music, "Children of the Heavenly King." Abraham Lincoln was buried. Bishop Simpson, now dead, spoke eloquently, quoting Mr. Lincoln's words, "Before high heaven and in the face of the world, I swear eternal fidelity to the just cause, as I deem it, of the land of my life, my liberty, and my love." Charles Sumner said, "There are no accidents in the providence of God." Such lives as that of Abraham Lincoln are not accidents in American history. They are rather the great books from whose pages we catch inspiration, and in which we read God's purpose for the progress of the human race. End of chapter 28. Recording by Barry Eads. End of Lives of Poor Boys Who Became Famous by Sarah Knowles Bolton.